Are you ready?
Yes, good morning, Speaker. We are
Good
ready.
morning. Morning.
Karen Doki will do the roll call.
Okay, we got staff recording too right now, so we're good to go. So with that, without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. This is a Naabik'iyati Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a work session via teleconference. I am here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Friday, May 22nd, 2020. The time now is 9:09 a.m. We have a proposed agenda before us, presided by myself, Seth David, Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Before we move on even further, let me go ahead and have Honorable Rick Nez. You there? You mind doing an invocation for us this morning, sir?
Okay. Yes, Honorable Speaker Damon, I'm here. We'll go ahead and bow our heads and pray. I'll pray in my native language. Nitcha nihidigen God. Agana ho ara hon lo na nation. Ikhe nihidigen lenigido hot au inabe nikechest le pohon zate. Nhil skasenle. Creature Jonako. Tahini naro inabe tenda ilti to hans chogoshin chen na hoit na olgehegi. Nation so in the oh nihidan the question sa na state that the dent ni go e koni ka national go ni hidden the house in la sai ha the aro in the house in lead ash modern hidigen lane ni kan de do na hajin pa na ahn and don hidden na hab kon la do e yon e benan in ledo pro ya te honas na ne ka chana ne go and that Joe upon suitcase go job, but they yo nepe. Pero nasa need error on heart chin best. If you had need of Nahanadin kon hat an linigi, Naabik'iyati hit or lay fate out you hidden there. Oh, better than Dobichin that has in linigi. And the done up behas on it, but that an aged on the dog and legislation his job at the costo at it, making hidden at Hobachia had that out sit on and plago. Ashhorn he can't get hit again lane. Though you only air and hard has he anil from the ELZ. Also, she and the Ben Hahons and on the hidden eight lego. Nepai and leaning as upon let on Hahnans eso and the Takoro. Nichen sick has done his jab the low instant and the Takotza. But then it and kissing Ashhor if any air up and his oil get on sick so. Kini na do like corona so she had need again ni do funds to go pro asahna kin plan ni do like funds to go change job by the ni do like get the Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much for that wonderful invocation this morning, Sermon Nez. Moving on down on our agenda, we'll go on down to. Let me go ahead before I go to announcements, just for clarity and making sure that everybody's aware. Let me go ahead and do a roll call. And Ms. Nakai, did you say someone was going to do that?
Yes, Karen Doki is available to do that, and she's going to do that now.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Doki. Do a roll call this morning.
Hello, good morning, speakers. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Honorable Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Jr. Begay. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Knesberg Crotty.
Delegate Amber Tennesbaum-Carty is present, calling in from Sheep Springs. Thank you.
Honorable Herman M. Daniel. Honorable Mark A. Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Halona is present.
Honorable Jamie Hinu. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Ricky Nance.
Delegate Rick Mays is here.
Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater is present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable, okay. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Present.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
Present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Present. I'm here.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika.
You got the pen on the target? Where's this one?
Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker, you have 10 members present.
Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Toki. Again, as Ms. Nakai had indicated, colleagues, staff members, guests on the line, can you please make sure you can mute your phones? We can hear a couple of conversations going on right now.
You should watch yourself. Well, you didn't trust me, but that's what I said. That's what that's what I said to her. Well, if you trust.
Okay, with that, let's go ahead and go on down to announcements. Colleagues, any announcements on the agenda? There's announcements. Everybody.
Everything was.
Announcements.
Right here, too. Right here somewhere.
Colleagues, staff members, we can hear you talking. Can you please make sure your phone is on mute? Hey, announcements, anybody? Colleagues, any announcements? If there are none, I just want to say good morning to everyone out there. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for listening in on the World Wide Web, whether you're on live on Facebook or on YouTube or Vimeo. Thank you very much for listening in to what the Navajo Nation Council is doing in an effort making sure that we're getting all the information as we can to look forward to having discussions on how to utilize the CARES dollars that was given to the Navajo Nation. Today, colleagues, if there's no announcements, today's discussion is again on legislation 0115-20, which is a resolution CMY-44-20. As you know, it created the Navajo Nation CARES Fund, which is the Navajo Nation Fund Management Plan. And further pursuant, the next goal is to come up with an expenditure plan. Yesterday, we did hear from an overview from the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and Office of Legislative Counsel and outside resources, outside counsel on recommendations and more importantly, the the parameters of what these dollars can be utilized for. We did open up the dialogue or send an invitation for open up a dialogue to the Office of the President and Office of the Chief Justice there at the judicial branch. I thank the Chief Justice and her staff for presenting yesterday. Today, we're actually going to hear a couple of different, or actually a couple of different things on water infrastructure. We'll be hearing from Indian Health Service, Water Resources Department, Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, the Western Pipeline Project, and then also maybe possible recommendations from the University of Arizona. I don't have University of Arizona on the agenda, but I did add them on here. I do remember that University of Arizona was recommended from some of my colleagues to add because they were working together not only with the Navajo Nation prior, but also helped in the first expenditure plan through the Citizen Fund on trying to get water out to across the Navajo Nation. So again, we'll be listening to their presentation moving forward. I know that there was a presentation that was sent out last night, colleagues, by Mr. Tom Platero. I hope everybody had received that. That was in reference to, I do believe, Water Resources Department. Mr. Jason John put that presentation together. That was sent out at actually 5:30 yesterday afternoon, late afternoon. So I hope everybody got that one. The other presentation that we did get, colleagues, was the one for the Western Pipeline Project, and that one was just now sent out by Miss Melinda Arvizo Siaco. So in that they actually the subject line of that one is called the Western Water Figures and Development Estimates. So colleagues, again, yesterday 5:30 was the Water Resources Department. Today at 9:20 a.m. was the Western Water Figures and Development Estimates. So colleagues, thank you again for allowing this time for these individuals to come before the Naabik'iyati committee. Any other comments, questions from my colleagues?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. We do have University of Arizona online. Carletta Chief is here.
Okay, I did ask state that we are going to put them on the agenda after the Western Pipeline Project. It's not okay.
Okay.
So thank you, Ms. Carletta Chief, for calling in you and your team members down there at U of A. So without further ado, then let me just go ahead and move forward to the water infrastructure update. And what this more is just to clarify to all the presenters again, when we were putting these dollars together, when we were putting actually the legislation 115-20, a huge number of comments that we utilized came from the public, and a majority of the comments that came from the public supported that we utilize whatever kind of funding that the Navajo Nation gets from the federal government, in this case the CARES Act, be utilized for water infrastructure projects. As you know, water infrastructure is in dire need across the Navajo Nation. And within the past couple of years, I do believe that the Navajo Nation's put a significant amount of money towards water. But as you know, the need is still out there. And that's what we're looking at, is trying to identify in your presentations today and your recommendations from the experts in the field to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'iyati Committee, on what the possible recommendations are, whether that be smaller SDS projects in the community level or waste projects for all excessive water or wastewater, or some of the bigger trunk line projects. I know that those are all broken down, working with all three of your departments in the past. So that's the overall goal today, just to let the presenters know. I know the staff has reiterated that to you and coming before to us today. So again, thank you, IHS, Water Resources Department, NQA, Western Pipeline individuals, and U of A for coming to present today. So let me go ahead and just give it over to the water infrastructure experts, and we can start off with IHS.
Speaker Damon, this is Jason John. The report I sent out, that was sent out yesterday, was a comprehensive listing of all of the water aspects that should be discussed. We created that listing in coordination with NTUA and IHS. So it might be better if we just went down that project, that report, category by category, and then under each category have IHS and NTUA and others discuss those items. Just a suggestion.
Okay, great. If you guys did a collaboration and worked together already to get that done, I'll leave it to you, Mr. John. Colleagues, you have received that document, correct? One from Tom Platero, identified in the subject line, water infrastructure presentation. And then it's actually a PDF form. Have you received that, colleagues?
Yes, Speaker Damon.
Okay, great. Okay. All right, well, let me go ahead and refer back to Mr. John. Go ahead and present. I'll leave it up to you, Mr. John, to lead, and then you go back and forth between your partners there, UA and IHS.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rex Coons. It was a collaborative effort that we all worked with, and Jason did a great job at capturing all of it. And speaking for NQA, I'm comfortable with him going through the whole thing, and then if there's for efficiency, and then if there's specific questions about something line item wise that may be NQA or Jason or IHS, then we could chime in at that point. But I kind of hate seeing it back in centers. I think it would be good to go through the document with one speaker. My recommendation.
Okay, great. With that, Mr. John, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Jason John, Director of Navajo Department of what we have crafted together is largely a discussion document at this time. From this document, we can move fairly quickly to putting together the expenditure plan. But we wanted to have this fair full of discussion so that the leadership and the other agencies and the public kind of understand where we're coming from when it comes to water infrastructure on a large scale, the different categories, and the current needs that are out there. And this document was largely developed in response to the COVID-19 emergency. And there are some high-level things that I think the leadership is trying to figure out at this time when it comes to the $600 million that has been provided to the Navajo Nation in response to COVID. And we have some serious questions regarding the requirements of that funding. And you know, in the beginning of the paper, it talks about what it normally takes for water projects to be developed. And on average, it takes about 2 years to 2.5 years to go through the planning, the design, the permitting, the rights of way, to get a project out to bid and to select a construction contractor. So that time frame is critical. And when it comes to relation to the 600 million that's been allocated, we are very concerned about the restrictions that are currently imposed on the 600 million from the federal government, because to a large extent, we don't know what it means to spend money. We are hoping that the language will allow us to encumber monies this year and allow the completion of projects in the next year and after that, because I did mention what it takes to get the projects shovel ready, and that could take as much as 2 years, depending on the type of project that you're talking about. So that's why we have a whole list of topics to be discussed here. And there are some things that came in here that are in response to COVID emergency. The first item that we wanted to discuss was the payment assistance to utility customers for water and electricity. NTUA is the primary provider of utilities to a lot of the Navajo Nation residents and businesses. And when the emergency started, they did not disconnect customers from their network. They allowed them to continue to be provided water and electricity, not only Navajo people, but also businesses on the Navajo Nation. And we don't know the specifics of the 600 million and how it can be done to assist in those utility payments, but that was a first item. And there's not only NTUA, but there's also maybe some other utility providers in the Eastern Agency. We don't know how we would structure them to be part of this, and I don't know what they've been doing to the Navajo residents and their utilities out in the Eastern Agency, other areas. And then we also have like the Raymond Navajo Utility Authority and Tohajale, they operate their own water systems. So this could be something that could provide benefits to those operators that have been providing the critical need during this time. For NTUA, you know, they've estimated that they are probably going to, there's approximately $15 million that will be expended during that time from March to December for this assistance to utility customers. So that's the first point of discussion for the leadership to think about. Whether or not that funding would go straight to NTUA, but if you were to try to get those payments out to Navajo people and the Navajo businesses directly so they could pay themselves, that may be a bit more complicated in terms of the database setup. But that's the first topic of discussion in this paper. The next topic of discussion is the water and electricity to homes. And this is a very brief write-up because we just kind of wanted to focus on the overall ability to utilize the 600 million for this effort. This has been the main topic of discussions in the public and the media about the lack of water and the lack of electricity at homes across the Navajo Nation. You know, the 2010 census showed about 50,000 homes on the Navajo Nation. So now that it's been 10 years later, and we know that those number of homes have increased to probably 55 or 60,000 at this point. And Indian Health Service holds the database for those homes that don't have access to water. They rely on the chapters and the community members to come in and request for services for water in their various offices. So they have the database of number of homes that don't have water. And the Navajo Nation has taken a proactive step over the years to actually fund some of these projects. There was some reluctancy decades ago for the Navajo Nation to be paying for these projects that are considered the responsibility of the United States government. But since those funds been lacking over the years, the Navajo Nation leadership has come around to actually funding some of these projects, such as at Navajo Mountain, the Mini Mills project on Black Mesa, and other areas throughout the years. And most recently, in 2016, the council has appropriated over $200 million of its own money to provide toward water projects, and 80 million of that was going toward IHS SDS projects, sanitation deficiency system listing projects, that are projects that get water directly to homes. We are in the middle of that process right now of working with IHS, NTOA, and NECA on building those projects. We did pay out the first 2 years of construction monies to IHS for those projects, and this detail is not discussed in the paper.
Yes.
But
Yes.
but that is going on right now. We still have another approximately 3 years of funding to pay out for those projects, to an estimated total of $45 million that is set to be paid out. But those projects are not construction ready yet. So one of the options discussed here in this paper is to have these funds just be paid out to cover that remaining $45 million. And I know there was some discussion in the last couple of weeks to say, well, why can't we replace all of the money, that the 80 million that was allocated for this, with the 600 million? I don't know possibility of recouping the monies that we already paid out, but it should be a lot easier to pay out the remaining 45 million that we haven't expended yet. And that 45 million could be paid out from this CARES Act. So that's one area that we think somewhat feasible. But then again, you have to go back and look at the CARES Act requirements there to know if this is actually feasible. Those projects alone would actually connect a couple thousand of homes with water, and IHS has that detailed information. Right now, the current SDS listing that IHS has does not include a lot of those projects that were already funded. And right now, the SDS listing for unserved homes has a total of $520 million of need out there at this moment. Of that 520 million, 133 million of that is what they consider feasible in the interpretation of IHS criteria. So at this point, we were proposing that 133 million of those SDS projects be funded. Now, the IHS ranking system does rank these projects in order of feasibility, and that listing is available as public information, but it would really we haven't really, this is just a proposal at this point. If the leadership said that they wanted to fund more than that, they can. But these are just the concepts that are being presented today, is to fund the remaining projects that were approved back in 2016, and then to fund additional projects that are currently on the IHS listing for water, wastewater, and solid waste. So that's the second part of, if we were to fund, I know there's been concerns over the last several years about the pace of these projects that were funded, pace that they're being built. And a lot of delegates know some of the specific issues with some of these projects, homes in their chapters. They are well aware of the permitting process that has to occur, the consent process on Navajo land, and things like that. Well, we'll have that discussion a little bit later as a whole, but the Indian Health Service, they can speak about this more later, but they are understaffed, just like in many other programs, and the influx of money from both the Navajo Nation and the federal government will be an issue going forward with this money. So one of the options we discussed in this paper is about the Navajo Nation contracting out some of this work that could be paid for from the CARES Act. And we've discussed this with delegates in the past before. Some of them have thought positively about that because they know we could get contractors on board rather quickly to start to design construction of these projects. But the estimates that are provided by IHS for these projects are fairly lean estimates because of the process that they use. It's well established, and they contract directly with NECA, and they already have the relationship with the Navajo Nation and NTUA, the operators, and the other operators on Navajo. So they typically build these projects through memorandum of agreement that has signatories of all these, of the eventual operators, construction entity, and the Navajo Nation as well. And so that's how they proceed with the procurement, the design, the planning, the construction are through these MOAs that are all bundled together in one packet. And because they're done that way, they have a lot of cost savings. But once we go out and try to bid this work out and not go through IHS to do the design, there's going to be added costs. And those added costs can range anywhere from 15% all the way to 45%, depending on the type of project that's going to be built. And so I discussed the option of contracting out the work, and I used an estimate of 35% added to the IHS cost estimate. So when you are talking about adding on 133 million of IHS projects to be built for water to homes, you would most likely have to add on another 35% to that, which is over $40 million. If you're going to start contracting that work out to consult engineering firms, and possibly NECA may not be building it, you would have other construction entities out there building this project. And these discussions are quite complicated. I'm trying to make it as clear as possible. When there's been recent discussion about this possibility of waiving laws and requirements when it comes to the permitting process, NEPA compliance. When we contract out work, engineering firms, we hold them liable if they do not design these projects to meet drinking water standards, federally mandated drinking water standards. They could be held liable from the Navajo Nation that they didn't design a proper project. When they are going to go to construction, we hold these companies liable if they do not comply with cultural resource compliance. They do not comply with these other regulations mandated by federal law, and then also Navajo Nation law. We hold them in compliance, as well as the construction companies. That they are not building water systems that do not meet the Safe Drinking Water Act. We could hold them liable for those deficiencies. So there's whole nother discussion about waiving laws and requirements when it comes to these processes. And we just want to say that we don't know to exactly what extent, but it could be very difficult to waive some of these requirements that were actually established to protect the public when it comes to designing these public water systems. And then these federal laws were also designed, and many of them advocated by tribes for the years, to protect cultural resources and endangered species. So just a note that it could be a very difficult discussion to talk about trying to waive requirements. There are some things out there that could be streamlined with these projects, and one of them is like the procurement process. And I'm getting back to the IHS discussion here. The procurement process, I talked about how IHS projects are typically built. We give money to IHS. When money is provided to IHS, whether from the Navajo Nation or the federal government, the MOA process, which basically encumbers the money all the way through construction. So you would encumber all of the money for the entire project, that one MOA. And so, for example, if we take one project funded for, let's say, $5 million, we could process that MOA starting next week, get it signed next month, and you could encumber all of that money to $5 million by the end of next month. And actually, I just could invoice for that, and we could pay it out by the middle of summer pretty easily. But when you start doing it the traditional way, where not through IHS contracting this work out, we have to go through Navajo procurement, which requires doing a request for proposals. We have to follow Procurement Act, Navajo Nation, where we have to look at Navajo Priority 1 and 2 businesses. We have to advertise a project for several weeks. Then we have to select the contractor, and then we have to contract with them, and we have to put that through the review process. So just the procurement of the design work, the engineering firm, the procurement could take as long as 3 to 4 months on average nowadays to get an engineering firm on board to design a project. And then you start the process of the planning and design, which I stated earlier could take 2 to 2.5 years to get it shovel ready, to actually bid that construction work out and bring a construction contractor on board. If we are going to try to look at encumbering a lot of these monies for waterline projects, we have to think seriously about looking at NECA. And I know NECA is on the phone. It's a tribal enterprise. NQA is a tribal enterprise. The concept of using an MOA to encumber these monies as design build projects needs to be seriously considered with these CARES Act money, to get the money out there for projects. If we're able to issue a design build agreement through an MOA process with NECA, we could pay out NECA pretty easily to build these projects, and then they would be the entity that would oversee the funding for the design and the construction of these projects. And then through that method, you wouldn't have to go through the process of trying to advertise, bid out projects and things like that. So that is, and a lot of these discussions have links to the CARES Act discussion, things like that. And just within the design process, there's internal Navajo process that has to be dealt with as well. Such things as who is it that requires the consent of grazing permittees, things like that. You know, is that a Navajo Nation requirement that could be expedited in some way? Those are discussions that need to be had internally to discuss ways of streamlining various permitting processes, the completion of the project. And then if you look at the SDS listing of these projects that IHS has, you will see that a lot of these projects are not water lines, they're cistern projects where you would build tanks and plumbing out at the homes and sewage leach fields at the homes itself. So it's basically an isolated system where water has to be hauled to these homes. And right now, that water hauling program is basically non-existent. You only have entities such as Dig Deep and others who are hauling water in select areas of Navajo, for the most part voluntarily, to try to assist families out there. But there was a water hauling program, pilot program, that was funded a decade ago, where Navajo US EPA provided 5 water hauling trucks to look at a water hauling program on Navajo through the Department of Water Resources. But once the monies ran out, that program was no longer funded by the Navajo Nation, and that water hauling program fell apart. And most recently, those trucks have been at Water Resources, mainly used to haul livestock water on occasion during emergencies. But if we're going to fund additional IHS projects at homes, a lot of these projects will be cistern projects, and we need to look seriously at reestablishing a water hauling program across the Navajo Nation. And the paper discusses couple of options. One is to have 2 water hauling trucks at each agency, and under that scenario, these trucks, I guess, would be operated by Water Resources at the agency office. Of course, you would need to buy the trucks. We would need money to hire the operators, and for decades, the working conditions at these Water Resources satellite office has been pretty bad, to the point where they are working out of buildings that are falling apart. And so if we're going to establish a reliable water hauling program, you would need staffing and security for these trucks and places for these water haulers to work out of. And that was presented in this paper at a cost of about $7 million over a 5-year period. But that may not be enough. So we looked at the possibility of combining that with funding to the LGA certified chapters. There's approximately 45 certified chapters on Navajo where they could have their own water hauling program funded through the chapters themselves, where they could hire the staffing and convey the water to the community members in that way. And that was estimated. That combined with the $7 million the LGA certified 5-year program was about 27 million. So combined, that was $34 million. And then a separate alternative, which is not listed in the overall spreadsheet, the back of the report, was this concept of having all the chapters have a water hauling truck with an operator. And that got pretty expensive. Over a 5-year period, you're looking at $66 million for that type of program to have the water hauling truck each chapter. So that, and it doesn't stop there. The other aspect is electricity. There's a lot of homes out there that don't have water and they don't have electricity. And the type of cistern system or water system you build out there also depends on the type, if they have electricity or not. So this program would need to include water to homes, and there's a number for that plan as well, for I think approximately 2,000 homes at a cost of about $40,000 per home to extend electricity to these homes. And then you also have the need for bathroom addition for a lot of these as well. And the unit cost of the bathroom addition in this report was estimated at $25,000 per home. So you would also need funding for bathroom addition. And typically that money goes through the Division of Community Development. I'm looking at the spreadsheet now, and it has 2,000 homes at $25,000 per home. It's $50 million. Electrical connect estimate here, the report was 1,000 at 40 million. So the water to homes discussion, that alone is about $330 million. When you combine the 45 million remaining IHS projects that could be paid out immediately, those projects have already been identified. The additional 133 million of feasible water to homes SDS projects, the 46 million. If you're going to contract that work out, it's 46 million. That is a 35% added on top of the 133 million. There's also the bathroom additions for 50 million, the electrical connections for 40 million. And then some of these projects, they may need an assisted payment in the initial years. And so we're talking about having subsidy to help out with the operation and maintenance of these water systems. So we've also added a $20 million O&M fund to homes. That's how you get to the $330 million for electricity home category. And then then you have to add on the water hauling program on top of that, which is 30 million. So all of that combined is 360 million there. So as we all know, I'm kind of moving on to another level of discussion now. And we all know that there is a need for water to communities. We all know that there's a lack of economic development across the Navajo Nation. So for several decades, we've been trying to support getting water to communities, not only for homes, but also for business economic development and creating jobs, creating income for the Navajo. So this is where you start getting into the concept of these regional plans. And the concept behind all of these regional plans is also getting water to places that don't have it. the lack of groundwater. And to some extent, many of these places where these regional projects are communities that don't have reliable groundwater. And that is why, we asked for the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project, San Juan Settlement in New Mexico. That project is under construction. There's that cutter lateral, the Navajo project could start delivering water later this year. And I'll get to that in a point a little bit later, but the Navajo Gallup needs to get this water out to the communities as well. So a big issue during the settlement discussion with New Mexico and the federal government about 15 years ago was the Navajo Gallup project. And at the time, they weren't very deep into the studies of Navajo Gallup. They were doing some planning studies for that project. And then all of a sudden we had to get it into Congress as part of the water rights settlement. So what that did was all of the project participants were not able to fully design the project and know exactly where it would go, how the connections would be made to all of the communities. At the time, the project was developed as two major water supply lines coming through the area, the Cutter Lateral and the San Juan Lateral. And even the discussion at the time didn't include the Cutter Lateral, so we had to fight very hard to get that put into the settlement. But nonetheless, we have begun building that project, and we are finding out a lot of things that were missing from that project. We're realizing those things now, and a big one is how do you get this water out to the communities? And that's where we have a listing of connection to from the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project communities. So the next category of discussions are about connections to communities. And right now we have done the preliminary engineering and environmental reports for those connections, and they total just over $50 million to get those connections to the community. And I think that would be a very worthwhile effort to get water out there as part of the Navajo Gallup Water Supply Project. So we don't only have Navajo Gallup, we also have other regional and local projects out there, including the Western Navajo Pipeline Project, which is also on the agenda. And I am currently calling that the Lachi Project because the Western Navajo Project, which eventually would get water to Tuba City and other communities in between, is actually a fairly large project. And that project itself, one version of it, is about $330 million to build that project. But the difficulty in funding that project right now is that a lot of these communities, when you go south of Coppermine, they are in the lower basin of Arizona. And in the law of the river, you would basically need a lower basin Colorado River water right to get water into that area from Lake Powell. So right now, we have phased out that Western Navajo project, but we're building pieces of it now, designing pieces of it right now. A lot of that work is going on at Lachi and at Botaway Gap area, called Cameron. The Lachi project, and back in 2016, there were some monies allocated to start that project. So we are in the design phase right now of that Lachi project, where we would take water utilizing the NGS intake. We would build a new water treatment plant, build a water line to Lachi. We would also have turnouts for economic development in the Antelope Canyon area for various tourism and hotel businesses in that footprint. We are currently having a shortfall between 38 million and 56 million to complete that project. So that is just another sort of project that's out there that could be funded from this money. There's also projects like the Albuquerque to Tohajale water line. We've been trying to get that built for years now. Most recently, we've been having problems with the private landowners between Albuquerque and Tohajale. We are going to the extent of working with the county commissioners to actually have a taking of that land from those private landowners and to get right of way to build that project. And right now, it is estimated just over $5 million to complete the construction of that project once we get the right of way. And then there's also projects like the Chichelta area, which has a lot of homes that don't have access to water. And those projects right now, we've already been planning for them, started the design work, and there's an estimated need of about $9 million for that project. And then most recently, they're getting ready to build a loop to Delcon water supply project that we have initially paid for. But the well that was drilled in loop has about twice the amount of total dissolved solids that is recommended for drinking water. So we need to look at possibly getting a better water supply. If we don't, that water needs to be treated in some fashion, typically through reverse osmosis. If you're going to use that water, that has a high cost operational and maintenance cost to operate an RO plant. So the next best thing is to go south, loop, tie into existing wells there that could easily have the capacity and water quality put into that pipeline. That's another project that could be considered as part of this funding. So that is those local regional projects other than Navajo develop. The other concept that I don't think many discuss is also this concept of developing homes, neighborhoods where the water and electricity exist already. We all know about the issue of multi-generational families living in homes throughout Navajo, and that has led to elevated level of this emergency. Is when one person gets sick, it quickly spreads throughout the house. And some of these houses, have as many as 9 to 10 people living in them, and a lot of that is due to the lack of housing. So that really does need to be addressed at some point, and is closely linked to the water discussion, because if the Navajo Nation could build housing for people, affordable housing, you wouldn't have this issue of multi-generational families living underneath one house. So there's a concept that needs to be explored there, but it's not discussion by Water Resources alone. It's really NHA and other entities where you could develop housing tracts, put families into these homes right now. But it's not something that could be done very quickly. And I don't know how you would procure homes and things like that. That's a separate discussion, and it doesn't really have a dollar figure in this report for that. And then also there's some other discussions beyond these topics, including water for windmills, repairing them. I was having a discussion with the president's office and staff, my boss, about windmills and how they were quickly falling apart now, especially during the drought that we're in right now. And I told him it's just going to get worse. They didn't want to hear that, or nobody wants to hear it's getting worse. The lack of water for livestock. But the reality is that the livestock windmill program has been severely underfunded for decades. So, when you talk about buying a vehicle, a car, normally you would expect that vehicle, you might own it for 10 years and then get a new one. And then, but these windmills, a lot of these were built decades ago, and they have a lot of mechanical parts, and the amount of funding we receive is not enough to replace them totally. So every year, we're just putting Band-Aid fixes on all of these windmills. And that's why every year they keep breaking down all over the place. If you were to adequately fund a windmill program, even just replacing 500 windmills every year would cost easily $12 million per year funding for livestock windmills to have a proper O&M program, OM&R, operation maintenance replacement program, but that's just not happening. So we are, every year we're just putting Band-Aid fixes, a lot of these windmills breaking. Right now, the $3 million that's in here is just Band-Aid fixes. Existing windmills are broken. So that's a discussion that has to be had as well. Then we talk about these projects, these regional projects that are being built. There's a lack of economic development out there. So when these projects get built, such as Naabik'iyati water supply project, or even the Lachee project, Loop to Delcon project, these projects are sized for economic development, not just water to homes. So in the beginning years, the only customers that are there are Navajo residents, water to homes. They're the only ones paying the bill for the operation of these regional projects, which actually have water in them for economic development. And in those early years, the Navajo people will be carrying the burden of that O&M until the economic businesses come online for these projects. So that's why we were proposing an O&M fund for these regional projects to be set aside as well in this discussion for the Cutter Lateral, Chi to Hajile, Loop to Delcon, and other projects. And then there's years ago when we funded the CESN, using the CESN and Permanent Trust Fund on water development, because they were not being funded largely by the United States, we provided some of these monies in the form of a loan in TUA. So in this paper, we were talking about converting those loans to grant, because those are monies that are actually going to fix public water systems that deliver water to people and businesses. And other things that are closely related to this discussion are also roads. If you're going to have a water hauling program out there to these large water trucks hauling water to homes, a lot of these roads would need to be fixed so that it can take on, so you're not basically damaging these water hauling trucks and making them have a very short lifespan. So that's a discussion. Then, well, as discussion about sewer infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure across the Navajo Nation. There's a lot of needs there as well. Then there's a concept of just having a fund to drill water wells across Navajo. Even if they're drilled now and just capped until the water is needed, it's a lot easier to know that water supply is there when you need it. And of course, there's also discussions about agriculture. So I put a placeholder in there of $20 million as part of the discussion packet. And then these planning efforts, there's been models developed most recently by Riley Engineering and Ron Chi, looked at these planning models for economic development, water to homes. And I think that investing money into these types of planning models is always a good thing. So you could set aside some money to having the Navajo Nation collaborate with others, long-range planning all across Navajo. So the total package here is over 700 million, and I know we all know that's way above what we're going to end up with, but that these are just a discussion of items, and if we could kind of get to what we want to do, then we could focus on those aspects of this discussion. Speaker, I think that concludes the report, so we can move into discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. John, for that presentation and wonderful breakdown that you did there by each one of the variables, different, whether they be in different areas of interest across the nation. Let me ask from IHS or from NTUA, is there anything else that you'd like to add on?
This is NTUA Rex Kuntz. I think these are all starting points, and you know the concept of creating O&M funds was to create supplemental funds until development and community and growth occurs. The original water global plan was to set a foundation so that the nation would have an infrastructure foundation and base on which to build. So things like housing and economic development would have the potential to be able to grow because they would have the infrastructure supply. So the O&M funds are great, but once those start to taper out, you have to have growth that tapers up and to cover those costs. As Mr. John very clearly stated with windmills, at one point they got funded and built, the wells drilled, and then it wasn't adequately supplied because of the lack of income and the lack of flowing dollars, sustainable dollars to it. So there's services that will be provided by a plan like this, but those services eventually have to have some way of generating an income to make them sustainable long term. So, you know, when you get the big pipelines, you know, further down the road, get big pipelines like Cutter Lateral being turned on, and the San Juan Lateral, and eventually Western Navajo pipeline, which we're going to hear about. Those bring in the volumes of water where you could put watering stations along those, both livestock and construction, who would have the volume of water that they could purchase to fulfill their supplying function. When I say purchase, that means you got to have creating income in order to make those things sustainable long term. That's kind of the bottom line, is looking at how do you end up creating the income that will sustain these beyond the initial supplementation and funding. Because if you don't have something set up to do that way down the road, you know, the next generation is to run into the same problem that Mr. John is facing now with windmills breaking down and not being able to supplement them. So I just want to throw that out for leadership at this point. As decisions are made, you know, there's an immediate need. You know, people brought in tankers of water. They brought in a lot of donated cases of water. But those are short term. Everything that we're talking about here on this plan is long-term sustainability. There's another crisis that requires infrastructure supply that will not be a deficiency of projects like these get built, is that those pipes going in the ground, the power lines and things like that create long-term services, and they no longer become something that has to be rescued. Once you get sustainable infrastructure in the ground, then you have yourself protected for the future. I think that's the kind of justification to any of the approvers with regard to program expenditures, that sustainable projects are much important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coontz. Anybody else from IHS want to add on?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. This is David McDonald with the Indian Health Service.
Good morning, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, good morning, and members of the committee. I just want to commend Mr. John for an excellent presentation. I think he's summarized it very, very well on the part of Indian Health Service, and you know, we can answer any specific questions about our SDS list if need be. It's very complex. There's many facets to it. I'd be happy to discuss it in details. Just to know that the 133 million that Mr. John mentioned of feasible projects on that list, we use that list every year to fund projects with IHS appropriated monies. And this year, we've already been allocated 26 million for the top projects on that SDS list. So, in effect, it has already dropped down by about 26 million. So we're, if you looked at it right now, it's in the order of $107 million of feasible projects. So just to let you know that projects are funded year to year by IHS, and so we're moving down that list, but it's a very slow process. And like I said, I'd be more than happy to get into any details that you may have on that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. It's good to hear your voice again too, sir. With that, colleagues, we have a presentation, collaboration presentation from Water Resources Department that led the charge from Mr. Jason John. Both Navajo Tribal Utility Authority and IHS have concluded that that's a collective path forward. And if there's any comments, recommendations, or just basic questions at this time, colleagues, this is the time to ask them as we brought them forth before the Naabik'iyati committee. So I believe it to the floor. Anybody want to ask any questions?
Delegate Daniels.
I have Honorable Daniels and is that Vice Chair Walker?
Rudy Shabal.
Delegate Rinstein. Delegate Rinstein.
Okay.
Delegate Brown.
Brown. Hey, with that, let me go over to Honorable Chairman Daniel. So. Not Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yeah, I wasn't on the list yet.
Okay, you want me to go down and I'll come back to you?
Yeah.
Hey, Honorable Herman Daniels. I thought I heard Herman Daniels on there. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, it's another. And then good morning for the presenters, and then to everybody. I really wanted to know a real quick answer. What is the possibility of you completing the project by December? Is that possible, or is that not possible? Yeah, this is Jason. It's nearly impossible unless you're just doing wells, but getting water to homes, building water lines, as I was talking earlier, just to get it to construction and to bid it out and select a construction company, that process takes between 2 to 2.5 years alone. And we have all the details of the steps that it requires to get to that point. And then construction after that could take a year to a year and a half. So easily you're looking at 3.5 to 4 years on average to plan, design, and build projects. And with this funding, we're having this discussion now. We may not have an expenditure plan approved until next month. Business units have to be set up in July. Procurement has to occur in August, September. You start the project in maybe September, October, and you're saying you need to complete all of those things in maybe 2 months or 3 months. So you're going from something like 4 years or 3.5 years down to 2 months. It's literally impossible to have it completed by December.
This is
Thank
Rex. Let me add a little bit to that. As you guys know, we had an LUN project that was getting ready to kick off, and then with the restrictions, the volunteers pulled back and whatnot. But we do have projects that were ready to go that have right of way. They're construction ready, and if that was immediately funded, we could start construction on those power line projects right now. They're tabulating numbers, but what I recall initially was there was at least 200 start construction on right away. So that's something that we would like to see. Look, there is several groups meeting and talking about what policies and what regulations would be required to waive. And if you got those things waived or reduced, that would allow anything that is already designed to be constructed. And I don't know if Dave McDonald can probably elaborate, but any water, wastewater projects in the SDS that are already designed, those could be moved if all they're waiting on is clearances. So that effort is very important to try to loosen up those clearances or temporarily waive them so that you can move forward. And we've had some precedents set for emergency situations with individual projects where someone, say, has a home that was burned out and they need services to a new home in an expeditious manner. All parties have agreed to allow those things to be built and then to document them after the fact with as-built right-of-way. And if they're in an area of concern for cultural resources, biological, or environmental, then those departments would come out and monitor during construction. So if we had a list of projects that were design ready, it's theoretically possible that you could build them and then as-built the right-of-way afterwards. And those entities all have areas of concern that they know about, and they can choose which ones they would decide to monitor. So those are some proposals that are being put into some of the other work groups. But the question is a very good question. It has to do with project readiness, and it has to do with what permissions have to be garnered, and it has to do with your physical capacity to execute. There was some dialogue about hiring designers and consultants. Water management has a few engineering consultants already on contract. NQA has some on contract, and NECA, I spoke with General Manager Kerry Patterson. He has a group of designing consultants on contract already, and those contracts could all be expanded if we need a design resource to beef up the amount of projects that could be process, each one of us could initiate that. Mr. Patterson also mentioned that they're looking into being able to gear up staffing, equipment, and the management process so that they could do more construction. And he felt very confident that they could take a big increase in construction that came to them. So I think in the background, people are kind of gearing up for the possibilities of what might happen. We all need to get to the point where we can tell you how much capacity we have, and then the project list could be paired to what we could do. And again, the limit is December. I know there's other groups that are pushing to negotiate having that date advance further or to be less restrictive. But I think it would be a smart thing to put projects into a year base, 2020, 2021, 2022. And if those negotiations are successful, then you can fund all three. If they're not successful, then you have a list of 2020 that you could try to initiate or execute. Those are just some recommendations to think through. Regarding Jason's earlier comment about an MOA, we have worked with NECA very closely using an MOA. It's been reviewed many times legally with regard to Navajo Nation, the enterprise is being 100% owned. The legal interpretation has been that the nation is doing work internally themselves, so we don't go through those open bidding processes that was described being very lengthy if we use our enterprise. So I think it's real important. Those precedences were already set to streamline the process. They can be used, that avenue's there, it could be expanded and used by many more people to shorten the process and also to feed more of our own work and need to our own enterprise. Have Navajo take care of its needs. So just input for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. John and Mr. Coontz. That, let me go on down. Honorable Brown.
Hi, Ate. Hi, Ate. Thank you, Speaker. Ado Bishpan on here. Thank you, Mr. Coontz, Aisha, and Mr. John for your presentation. I'm interested in how many water storage tanks is needed throughout the Navajo Nation right now. If you can also give us a breakdown and email us. I quickly skimmed what Melinda emailed us for this conference call. Now I'm actually driving to another meeting, but if you can give us the water storage tanks that are needed. I'm asking this because I know the Mini Mills water line project is, I think there's 2 water storage tanks in Chilchimbito. We need another one. And so I'm interested in throughout the whole nation, how many water storage tanks, and if some of these funding can be used for water storage tanks, and if that's possible, I'm glad that Senator John Kennedy and our senator from Arizona, McSally, she signed in on the bill asking for an extension, and that's something that I requested from the beginning, and I think that's a wise thing to do. And yes, we're looking at the December deadline, but if there's going to be second or third wave, then I think it will be wise for Washington leadership to know. And right now, Navajo Nation is really highlighted on, it's actually the way the media, now the world is looking at the Navajo Nation as this bleak sovereignty, the way that they're telling our stories right now. And a lot has to do with water, which is actually really true. And I think a lot of us are aware we do have people, relatives, and our constituents that live around us without water. And they're not able to simply like wash their hands. They're not washing their clothes right away. And some people have the luxury of having running water. If we're going to combat COVID, water is the most essential part. So if we can look at some of these projects and give us kind of, so thank you, Mr. Coons, for mentioning, some of them could be like a 2020, 21, 23 project, and that sounds realistic. There's going to be other funding that's coming, I believe. So we can continue to plan forward, and also how many other companies are identified with engineers? I know here in San Jose, we still have our 60 houses San Jose East Waterline project. That was paid for about 6 years ago, and people are still waiting. So I understand that there's a shortage of engineers, and who can we collaborate with? Can we collaborate with different universities? Have you reached out? Like what NCUA you all have done with the Light Up Navajo? I know Utah was on standby, even in this pandemic. Some of the legislatures, Roseborough she was ready to send their teams from Utah down to. They were really excited for even during this pandemic. They said they would take all the necessary precautions to keep their people safe. And it sounds like that's something we need to do in order to spend this money. So I'm interested in that. I mean, specifically just in the water tank. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, move on down. Honorable Slater. Let me go to a couple of the colleagues, and then I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, the panel of presenters. So let me go on to a couple of questions, and then I'll come back to you. That, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, presenters. A very good presentation, and I appreciate the materials were sent out in advance for review. I was wondering if you could, and it sounds like this is probably just for Jason, but maybe other people have thoughts, talk about why that water hauling program fell apart back in the day and express maybe some policy changes that would be needed. Is it just funding, or were there broader issues that were confronted that this council could address? If our concern is sanitation in the near term, it seems like cistern projects or having that fund for drilling and a water delivery program would be valuable uses of our money. And then second, I guess this is for everyone. Is there a way to get creative with the Navajo Nation's procurement system and the requirement to spend the money by December 30th? I'm thinking, and again, this is a completely moonshot idea. I just want to hear some thoughts. You can tell me if it's absolutely crazy, but if the nation, in combination with IHS, set up a task order with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and then in the process of doing that, prepaid for a lot of these projects. And I think in the presentation yesterday, they said Navajo Nation procurement code is what would prevail. And of course, that says we don't prepay for good. But if we're working with the Corps and that December 30th deadline is finalized or is not amended anyway, the nation receives no waivers or there's no extension, then we'd be putting the money back in the hands of the federal government to deliver these essential services. And I don't think that they would just slap our wrists and say, no, you can't do that. The funding's gone. It's like, no, we're paying you to deliver these projects. Whereas with the private contractor, I don't know, they're not the federal government, right? We know the federal government is going to go away and potentially take all our money. They easily could, but that's something that was rolling around in the back of my mind. And I think about this because we have two big projects here in my district, West Mesa and then North Side and Rock. And then we have a lot of households that could benefit from some sort of cistern type system that are just pockets across the district. So if there's any way to expedite the current delivery of projects due to the limitations of IHS by handing over some of these projects to the Corps, like I think the area director is investigating, while supplementing it with CARES Act funding, I'd just like to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Mr. John, Mr. Coontz, if you guys have a response to Honorable Brown, Honorable Slater's questions.
Yeah, this is Jason, John. I discussed a little bit in the report about this concept of using a memorandum of agreement to actually pay out the money by December. Memorandum of agreement where we could enter into an agreement with NECA to do the planning, the design, and the construction for some of these projects. And once the MOA is executed, it could be paid out within a few weeks after that. And NECA would hold the money and execute the project for time. But it would be paid out upfront. I mean, the concept of upfront payment is not new. It's been done. A lot of engineering or even construction contracts have this clause where you could have upfront payment for the project. And typically those projects are done where they know the full construction cost, or they have a cost estimate that's pretty sound, and where they have to stay within that budget. There are occasions when things come up and things go over budget, and sometimes under budget, but sometimes they go over budget. Then you have to find more money at that point, add it on there. We are familiar with the Army Corps projects. Army Corps, they actually do a lot of construction projects on Navajo when it comes to schools and related infrastructure. We have some agreements with them for other things, not construction of water lines, but they do conduct a lot of planning assistance with the Navajo Nation watershed. And they do have a program, a construction program, where you could enter into an agreement with them to construct projects as well, not only buildings, but water lines. But we haven't utilized them in that capacity, and it would have to be looked into further.
Okay, I think there was also questions from Honorable Brown about the water storage, and then also from Honorable Slater about the why the I guess transportation, water hauling. Yes.
Yeah, the water hauling program was a pilot program that received grant money for only a few years. The money ran out, and then there was no more money. That's a short story, is that it just didn't have any more money in there for it. That's why it fell apart. As far as the storage for various communities, when it comes to the public water system, we have been completing in coordination with NTUA and other operators out there, these water infrastructure plans look at the short-term needs, like the needs that exist right now, and within a 5-year time frame, what needs these public water systems have. And then there's midterm needs, like 15 to 20 years out. And then these reports describe the needs for these water systems in the long term when you use various assumptions about growth within the chapters. And a lot of those needs, the immediate needs are quite evident when they go out there and study these systems. But when you start talking about midterm and long-term needs of these water systems across Navajo, they vary from system to system. But in essence, you have to build in assumptions about growth for these communities. And in the early years, we would assume a 2.5% growth rate across Navajo. because, and then we would assume that the individual gallons per capita per day, right now, if you're, it can be as low as 10 gallons a minute, 10 gallons a minute, 10 gallons a person per day if you're hauling water, or even less. But if you live in Albuquerque, Farmington, you know, the per capita water use per day is like 160, 130 gallons per day per person. So a lot of these analysis of the drinking water systems we're looking at, we used to look at tripling the population on these systems over a 40-year period and ramping up the per capita water use from 50 to 160 gallons per person per day. And then that resulted in all these needs for development on these water systems with cost estimates for storage and increasing pipelines, extending pipelines. So we do have those studies, but what has happened is that if you look at the 2010 census, there was an actual out-migration of people, meaning between the 2000 census and the 2010 census, there were less people living in chapters. That negative growth rate really impacted our planning for these water systems. Now we don't use 2.5% per year growth rate. We've been using 1.3% growth rate. And we don't go as high as 160 gallons per capita per day. Some of our reports are now going up to maybe 130 gallons per capita per day because we have to basically plan for these systems that are economically viable to operate. The O&M, the operation and maintenance of these systems, the fixed cost per year and the variable cost. If you start building all these big water projects out there and you don't have any economic development, then you're going to be making the Navajo people pay for these large water systems that are not being used. And that's the balance we have to create. But yes, we do have various studies for various communities on the short-term, mid-term, and long-term needs for storage.
Okay, thank you very much. I do have, I think it was Dr. Rudy Shabala. Was that you on the line? No.
Yes, Speaker. Yate Oshish and Rudy Shabala.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was invited by your staff, and I've been here with you since the opening prayer, and I do appreciate the Water Resources Department, particularly the Director Jason John report to the council. And I know we have serious challenges throughout Navajo land with our water sources that are not able to produce and put water out for ourselves and for our livestock and also for irrigation. And the president of the Navajo Nation, he has 3 priorities regarding water. And the first one is to get running water to the approximately 7,500 Navajo families that do not have pipe water. After that is the development of agricultural farms on the western side of the Navajo Nation. And having said that, the water that's available out toward west is the wells from the former NGS. Jason John has been working on the western water line, whereas that water through a pump station would be piped towards Badaway and Tuba City and the former Bennett Freeze. between Cameron and Loop, Arizona, the water table is not very deep below the ground, and the soil is good. And there is a beaver farm at Loop Chapter where they have a diesel-operated water well, and chapter members, they pitch in and buy diesel for this well, and they have a pump and a storage tank there. And out of just different families, they planted. And I haven't visited it this year, but last year I was there. And the opportunity is so great along the Little Colorado River. Out of the Jean, the Kayenta mine, there's deep wells there. And the water would have to be let out to flatter grounds. I don't know. I've never been down toward Cactus Valley. Much of that country's broken, and it might have to be brought out toward Pinion and Salina and Burt Corn. And on the Cow Springs side, we're looking at bringing the water also from NGS, in addition to the Western Pipeline, to bring the water line along the railroad bed. It's pretty much level towards Tonahalinto, Shantoto, and on towards Kayenta, for irrigation and storage. And so Jason and his department, they've been working on the proposed cost estimates, and it's not going to be cheap, and it's going to be very expensive, but we have a lot of land, and we have a lot of arable lands, and on the eastern side of the reservation in New Mexico, we have a beautiful farming enterprise, the Navajo Agricultural Products Industries, and we rely on a lot of hay that comes from there, and different products are produced there. But towards inland, Chinle, that area, Kayenta, our hay that's brought into us that we buy comes from southern Arizona. And we're paying, $15 a bale, sometimes $16 a bale. And I think we have the capacity to produce our own hay that we can keep our dollars here at home and to sell to each other, sell to ourselves our own hay. Over towards HPL, NPL, we all know the people out that way, they're harnessed with the proposed policy where they're only going to be allowed 10 sheep units per permittee, and their permits would be reissued to them, but it would only be 10 sheep units. And those people, they haven't had permits since the 1970s. And they're the same as us, that are inland and on the New Mexico side of the Navajo Nation. I call 10 sheep units is not enough to make a living. I call Ebony Nadaka. No bande tiro. I don't hipish bans anda haki. Shananda Devendo. I don't the Ricky Nash and the chairman for the Resource Development Committee in Data and Nekato, the Quishing Hadaso. The it anos ko BSKC zero aro tona not logic tona raido NTU 8 Rex Kuntz ni Dato Hadzi in Edo. I sit down with them and we talk about these, long range projects and how we can get water throughout different parts of the Navajo Nation, from the San Juan River, from the Navajo Gallup water pipeline, and all these ideas, how we can make these things possible to have water accessible. So not only that we will have running water in all Navajo homes, but we will have fertile farmland and production of produce, corn, vegetables, and particularly livestock feed, because Navajos, we're a livestock people, and permits or no permits, nihilink ta halo. Aro nihipet ta halo, nihipek kashi nihilink ta halo. And and we feed them outside, hay from outside of the Navajo Nation 24 hours a day. And I'm one of those individuals. It doesn't bother me one bit. I make sure I have hay, and then I'll buy myself a sack of potatoes. And in general, that's how we Navajo people are. We're livestock people. We're agriculture people, and we're known through that throughout the United States and Canada. The Navajos we have livestock. So it's very, very important that we work to rehabilitate our windmills and our water pumps. In 2018, I'm originally from Naabik'iyati, and I was hired by Naabik'iyati chapter under the emergency drought fund. And I basically had my choice of what to do, so I decided to inventory all the windmills and water pumps within Naabik'iyati chapter, because I grew up and I know every inch of that country. Now, I was surprised that most of the wells were gone. When I did notice that the new water sources were at the chapter houses. And we pay a small amount for purified water. And I asked my father about that. I said, and the other side of the fence, I asked my father, the chapter house, thank you, it's probably a lot faster. The pressure is a lot faster. And the cost isn't that much. But the point is, outside of the Naabik'iyati chapter fence, right on the other side is a good, healthy windmill that produces cold, clear water. And so anyway, I just wanted to add that comment, and for all of us, for the Navajo Council, for the executive branch, for our enterprises that work on water or electricity for the benefit of our people. With 1918, the Navajo people experienced the influenza, and we survived it. Speaker, so based on I don't know.
Thank you, Dr. Spall. It's always good to listen to you. Thank you for your presentation and adding on to the wonderful job that you and your divisions, particularly Jason John and his team, are doing over there at the Water Management Branch. And I think that articulated in his presentation this morning too as well again. With that, let me go back to the floor. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, floor is yours.
Yes, Speaker, Co-Chair of Naabik'iyati. Although, thank you for allowing me to speak. Colleagues that are on the line, and our legislative staff, and all the presenters on the subject of water infrastructure. Appreciate the information and the material that were provided to us. Kind of gives us, I guess, a more clear view on lay of the land, if you will, and then what could be, what are possibilities. Seems like we really need to connect the dots. So across our great land, our great nation, for our people, we have this great task of providing a whole water plan for the entire nation. It seems that that's the ultimate goal, and something that would take years and years to develop, decades to develop. And I appreciate the history of how we got to this point with broken down, malfunctioning windmills and water availability at chapter houses and the water hauling that is going on today to the best of the ability of local chapters. Some do provide water hauling, and some for drinking, some for livestock. So, but we do have water. That's the important thing. It'd be a whole different story if we did not have water. We had to import water from somewhere. That would be a huge problem and very difficult to imagine. We do have water, so that is solved there. Then of course that takes us to the quality of water, and then the quantity of water for each region. So we do have ongoing projects, as mentioned, like the Loop Yalcon water construction waterline project. So there are issues that we have to address that concern right-of-ways, and new issues where water line may cross land allotment. So appreciate the discussion, and I wanted to just say that we all need to focus on the immediate needs, the mid-range need, and then the long-term, long-range need of water. I could see how certain groups could focus on the immediate water delivery possibility and project, and then the mid-range and the long-term. I think the long-term, long-range plans, we are working at that. We are focused on that. Water resources, IHS and NTUA and other enterprises. So it's the urgent need. It's the immediate. So I want to just emphasize that there is a need for water, safe drinking water, right now as we speak. The three areas of need. I don't know. I would leave it up to leadership to focus on that. We can't focus on all these areas all at once. It would be mind-boggling. It would be probably impossible. We need to set it up to where there's a group that focuses on the immediate needs. I'm sitting here listening and thinking about that. So the question, I guess, alternative to constructing waterline projects out in areas where the geography or the terrain is rocky, like they Loop West Loop, we have that kind of terrain. Although in Cameron, towards the mountain area. So those areas, those residents don't have water. So the possibility of getting them water, the cost is pretty high. So what's the how can we get water out to these areas? We have to double or triple the cost to construct waterline projects out there, much less drill wells. That's one huge challenge that I see. I would like somebody to speak to that. Water resources or IHS NTUA speaker or chair. Again, I appreciate the discussion here. The possibility of having water filtering systems also. There is the technology that's available, water filtration systems that we heard about more about a year, 2 years ago, and more currently from University of Arizona. The nano filtration systems, they're designed, customized for individual homes. That's something that you would see probably in the local hardware stores or even Walmart. Some of those equipment devices that you can attach to your kitchen faucet, something like that, but much more designed for filtering water from one composition to that maybe not potable, not usable, and then filtering it to where it is safe to drink, safe to use. Look at that. That's kind of like on my mind right now this morning. I listened to everyone. Appreciate, and just want to leave it there. I do have other questions, but maybe get another opportunity later on. Going back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent questions and comments. Always good to hear you, Vice Chair Walker. Anybody else on wanting to speak? I don't have anybody. Honorable Elmer Begay. Anyone else?
Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith.
Eugene So.
Eugene So. Okay. All right, let me go to Honorable Otto So, and then I'll go back to the panel again.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Jason and Mr. the IS guy. Almost called you governor. Almost called you Juicy. McDonald. And then Kabbalah and Adi. Thank you for the presentation. Number one, with the IHS and the Navajo Nation, we know that spending the whole 600 spending money is going to be hard within a short time span, and I guess what I'm worried about right now is the workforce, and whether yes, we can fund these projects, and at the end of the day, you can say, oh, well, we did it. We wouldn't have funded. We funded these projects, and it's great, you know. But realistically, the workforce on Navajo, do we have it? Especially with NECA on the line. Does NECA have the capacity to hire another, at least 15 utility crews to actually man up these projects? Also, once upon a time, NTUA, Mr. Coates is on the line. I heard him earlier. Rex, years ago, NTUA used to work on scattered projects. So projects that ISS would hand off to NTUA to help serve more homes, and maybe that's another source that we could look at. But the main thing is the workforce, and I know that a lot of the leadership wants to see Navajo businesses and Navajo workers to be in the front lines to get these contracts, but how many of them are really in good standing with economic development? There's a lot of contractors that are out there, but they're not in good standing with economic development, such as taxes that is owed to the nation. I know of one contractor where he does this work and does that type of work of installing the water and sewer lines and so forth, but I believe his contract or his his standing with the nation is not good. So he doesn't do any contracting anymore. So we have a lot of Navajo contractors in that predicament. So realistically, we're going to have to start looking outside into the into off the reservation, and we have to get that expertise, whether it's construction or whether it's engineering services and technical services, design. Design is not a it's a high cost design, water and so forth. You have to have your water, you have your engineer there, you have your technicians there. You may have to get legal surveys done, and you have to get all these clearances done, and that's where the price tag will continue to rise. Right now, but this is just my thought right now in this pandemic. Everybody's going to jack their prices up. All the contractors, whether they come from Phoenix or Flagstaff, Farmington, they're going to jack their prices up because they see that $600 million price tag. We want a piece of that is going me. Okay, with that, really have to look at that. The other is that I'm glad that Jason expanded on the windmill in Chibala. And these windmills are outdated. Some of these windmills need to be re-drilled. And then you have to recase. And then the windmill part, so that and especially now with the pandemic, a lot of the water line supplies, such as the cast iron fittings that is imported into the country, comes from India. When you look at these cast iron products, they say India on there, and with the pandemic, they're not building those. So I'm worried about material, construction material. So PVC pipe. Where is PVC pipe made? The majority of the PVC pipe is made overseas. And it's not that now. PVC pipe, whether it's 200 rated at 200 psi, or if it's ductile iron, that's going to be used for wash crossing or a road crossing. We have to look at that also. Additional, I used to work with IHS, and I know where a lot of these materials come from, and they are imported. These gate valves, these valves that actually are set in the ground are actually imported. ARV relief valves, they're imported. And we have to take that consideration, and I hope that the engineering team is looking at that, and we're going to have to look at a way to design these water systems so that we have to find something that's available in the United States. And right now, there's monies out there that is funded by Congress, and those supplies are going to be bought out. They will be bought out, and and especially like I indicated, the windmill. They're outdated parts now. They don't make them no more. For those windmills across Navajo, so they see that that's link. So I think we have to convert to some sort of a solar pumping gadget. But you know how Navajos are. The windmill that in general, and that's what Jason John's shop is dealing with. They rehab these windmills, and these metal, these Navajos that salvage metal. I don't keep nada we have to find a new way to rehab our windmills and have a new system for a windmill. So they don't steal the product on the rehab windmill. Then again, this will be a big task. One of my main thought is the Navajo Western Pipeline. I think we could utilize CARES Act to fund the shortfall of the pipeline. This is an opportunity. Again, thank you very much, Speaker. Go on mute.
Let me go back to the panel on for Vice Chair Walker's suggestion and comment, and then Honorable Alaso's comment too, as actually questions. I don't know who wanted to tackle that. Mr. McDonald, Mr. John, Mr. Kuntz.
Well, I think NECA or TUA could talk more about capacity.
Okay.
This is Rex. Mike, as I mentioned, I did talk with the general manager of NECA just yesterday morning, and explained to him the movements that were going on, and I had that question for him. I know I had several delegates prior. I remember Delegate Crotty in particular was asking about capacity, and so I mentioned to him that there might be a big flood or influx of projects coming. And I've had this dialogue with him before, and he said I can add staff and equipment and crew, not really wanting to add them unless he has, a long-term commitment on projects. That was before the pandemic, and at this point, he said to me verbally that on the phone that they could gear up with crews and equipment. It's just adding those units that he already has. In other words, just adding more of what he already has. So he thought they could gear up. He also, it's when he let me know that he has several design consultants that has been assisting with designing projects. So they have the ability to do the design build projects and move those quicker to construction as well. So I did make him aware of the call. I think that's why Mr. Nygren's on the call as his representative, and he may have more info from Mr. Patterson. But in regard to what Delegate So mentioned, NQA used to do projects, IHS projects. IHS was building main lines and serving people, and once you get a system put in the ground, then you'll have other family members and people migrating back onto Navajo in those areas next to family and putting up homes. So at that time, that was happening quite a bit. So we created a scattered projects crew where we would respond to those requests as soon as a new line had been put in and turned on, and then we'd see a series of requests for people needing services to connect to that system. So we took scattered projects money, which was still the IHS 121 funded program, and they would fund several projects for us, and we would just add density to existing lines. That was in their heyday when they were really building a lot of projects, and we would follow them 6 months behind and add customers. That started to dwindle, and the money started to get cut down, and it became difficult to fund a continuous roll of projects. So we couldn't keep the crew busy with enough projects. The funding just wasn't coming through like it was before. So we slowly absorbed that staff, and we haven't done that for probably almost a decade now. But it's possible if money comes through that we could try to reconfigure. We'd have to hire people and buy some equipment.
Right. Let me go back on down. If there's no more comments from the presenters, We'll go back to the panel, or actually to the floor. This is the lineup I have, colleagues. Honorable Elmer Begay, Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Paul Begay, and then Chairman Daniel So. So let me go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Morning, Speaker. Around the panels that are there, got eight, the opinion, the UT. Around all the delegates and others that are on the line, though, got eight, you didn't need already. Out of those, my brother Jason reported it, and then others, listened to his report regarding the history of the water resource becoming available for water total energy as it became a very essential need for the Navajo Nation, especially on the southwest part of the reservation. So I know that there's been a lot of plans that were put in place for the southwest chapters or closer to I-40. So coming down from the water that we get for so many years from Greasewood. Greasewood is alluvial wells. It's a very shallow well that's been providing domestic water to Dalcon, Teastow, and their wells, Teastow and Whitecomb. I think that recently there was a well that was drilled in Ganado using the sea aquifer. I think that the plan from there is a loop. I just got that sea aquifer for a drilled well again. I know that been this water resource since 1981. So there's a lot of wells that were drilled along the Little Colorado River, and then we've been working with the water resource. They know she can win not working on that. Then the natural springs, the dug wells that were there, that was created a long time ago. That when they were still active, we said to maintain them. It's 1981 along that river. So after that, there was a discussion that was made from Blue Ridge Dam. They are that lost their surface water that comes to that becoming to be a development in that area. To get to that development, then coming down to the three canyon dams, which is Chevron Creek and Clear Creek and Jack's Canyon, south of Winslow, to get that water, the surface water, and then to come to that Mount Hoot Park, that quite good reservoir, then coming down to the wells, sea lands into in Winslow area and coming into the reservation, and then tied into Bird Spring, and then coming down to Dalcon. That was how the discussion was made. That was a big discussion at that time. So even in this case, there's a long time history that you guys provide here, Hanson. So right now, we're talking about is Dalcon, loop to Dalcon lateral water construction. So out on the Southwest Navajo waterline project is so it's becoming to be like that again. So either that's what we're talking about. We have a development here right now with the Dalcon Medical Center, which needs water. So you see, that's going to be our the main focus is to get that water there. So a lot of the community long-time leaders that have been very active and to have this hospital to be developed, which is still people still meet, which is under the my brother Elmer Bart planner for that, and then sometimes he assists helping them out. So trying to get this water over here to desperate people. So either they call themselves Dalcon Hospital Steering car. So to help them out, that if this water that we're talking about, that water line, I know that before yesterday or 2 days ago, I heard that from Dana Barber mentioned that money that we're talking about, 600 million. She mentioned that it has to be encumbered before December 2020. No, at that time. Now this morning, my brother Jason brought it up again, saying that money has to be encumbered. So we wanted to we need clarification on what does the encumbered really mean. And then a while ago, the commitment say there should be a commitment of the funds with MOA, memorandum of agreement, has to be made. That funds should be committed. What does that really mean? To meet the deadline. Does it need to be just executed or how did I need that clarification to this. If we can put that money towards the DOCON to the loop lateral water need, is it gonna be is it gonna be does that project qualify for the $600 million? That would be my question. Other things that we have in mind is Mr. Brother Mr. Shabella. I know that there was culture there's a history that was made a while ago. We're talking about water resource that became available to the Navajo Nation. Just to let you know that maybe it's time to be more cultural relevant is to have some medicine people to start doing some offerings to that, because we need that water within our clans to tie in ourselves with that water. We need some offerings done again. I can tell you that there's only one ceremony that's still left, which is called my mom, my mother, she's the only one that knows how to do the ceremony. The 9-night ceremony and the 5-night ceremony that she can do. She's the only one that's doing that right now. She's getting really old. So she's the one that did that part from about 10 years ago. And we're talking about this water from Ganado to Loop. So she's the one that did that. We need to think about this, the COVID-19. We can cleanse ourselves with it. That's what we need. I think we should get down to that again. We're overlooking that. That's what one of these elder people that said that to me. So what that's that essential, that's supposed to thing that we're supposed to do. Mr. Shabella, maybe you could look into it, and I'm available to work with you how we can do this, discuss that part of the ceremony part of it, put it in there. And so it's just my thought for that. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Albergi, for those thoughts and questions. We'll go ahead and go on down to Vice Chair Smith.
Good morning, Shmenda. Speaker, though. Presenters, Jason John and Mr. McDonald and Mr. Kuntz, and those that are here with us listening. Appreciate the report, appreciate the information, and it was in the prayer this morning by Chairman Nez. What my question is, we're talking about potable water because COVID-19, where you got $600 million to spend, and number one is water, which is great. We do need to get water out to the families out there. My question is to NTUA, IHS, do we have the capacity? The reason why I say that is because over here in my Eto'o Health area, it was talk about setting up bluestone housing, number of units. and it was a good idea, then I understand that water capacity wasn't enough. Is that going to be a problem throughout the Navajo Nation? If it is, can we drill for potable water at various locations? I know there's aquifer out there. I know there's quality water out there to ensure that we have enough water. And I also understand, too, that there's water down south by Twin Arrows. And Hopis were looking at that to tap into to cross over the Navajo Nation. Do we have access to water in that area to do the Western Pipeline? If so, we could pump money into that to get water into that area. I'm speaking on the whole Navajo Nation side, looking at the benefits of the $600 million. Speaker, could we write a letter to Congress or send a legislation requesting their assistance in construction and getting these things completed? As I heard 4 to 5 years before even the faucet can be turned on. That's ridiculous in this time frame of 2020. I think we should have the United States come in with the cavalry to help us out with the water issue. I know I talked to Mr. McDonald about this, and I said, well, if we get you the money, what does it take? Well, it's going to take construction. It's going to take shovel-ready. And I talk about shovel-ready. Q84, for example, Houck. There's over 80 families still waiting for water. And that was shovel-ready, and that was funded by Sihison. And Sihison had provided the dollars for that, which was great. Now it's just idling. We should have been done 2 years, 3 years ago. What's the holdup on that? That's the reason why I'm saying, a speaker, can we solicit from the United States to assist us in this? We're like in a third world country. We don't have the capacity to get these water out to the people and to the folks. We need water in, and we need wastewater to be taken care of. So I don't want to see Q84 be put on the back burner too, because this affects them. And the area that I'm talking about is other projects that are on the SDS that have been funded. I'm sure they're waiting. The time frame is, we don't know when it's going to be completed. And then I heard encumbrance. Then I hear we got to make sure we're using that money accordingly. We got to make sure the money's spent. Encumbrance is good. As long as we can encumber that money and that projects will be going and the water is going to be provided for the families, these homes that need water. I was contacted by one of my constituents. Fortunately, that constituent picked up a family, two elderlies, and took them to their home, and they didn't have no water. And the family, the two elderlies were like saying, "We need water." And she went out there the following day and hauled water. So these things are, we really need to get water to the folks. I heard 70,000 families. Is that going to cover all the families out there that really need water? And housing was an issue that was brought up this morning by Jason John regarding overcrowding. Someone comes down positive, they're just spreading inside the household. NHA was given $22 million, and one area that we could develop throughout the Navajo Nation is Bluestone, and have housing, areas like that. Open them up, because I know that why not build houses that can have water, electricity, roads into that area? Yes, we have folks that live out there off the grid. Are those that live by the trunk line? How soon can we get them to hook up? They're right there by the trunk line, and they're saying, I can't get water. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a septic tank. I'm waiting for the water line to be hooked up. These are the questions that I have to Mr. McDonald and Jason John and you, Speaker, if we can get a legislation to get the United States government to say,
they need help. They need help in spending this money, $600 million. And water is the number one issue. Shenandoah, water is life. And also the last question too is, the more we put people on the water system, I think this would really help in our water right situation. Rather than asking for a half a cup of water, we can ask for a gallon of water in behalf of the development, infrastructure. Businesses will start to bloom and folks will be providing jobs, economic development. So the water is really a necessity. Thank you for letting me speak, for letting me ask these questions. I hope I can get some good answers, and I want to get water to these folks out there. Wide Ruins, Blue Meadow, Flagatoe, up towards Pine Springs, south of Halk area, Wagon Wheel, Lupton area, south portion of the Rio Perco there. We have some new landers that have moved out, and they're still waiting for water, and they were supposed to be guaranteed that all infrastructure was supposed to be provided for them. So thank you, Speaker, for letting me speak on this behalf, and appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I can comment on that after I hear from the presenters. But let me go back to Mr. John or Mr. McDonald or Mr. Kuntz, if anybody wants to tackle Honorable Elmer Begay's questions and also Vice Chair Smith's questions.
This is Jason. I'll go first. One of the delegate Begay asked if the loop to Delcon would qualify, and that is something we are wanting to know as well. We know they qualify, but we don't. It's the issue of what are the requirements, the CARES Act money, the time frame for spending or the time frame for encumbrance. We know you cannot complete the projects in the given time frame by December for a lot of these, so we have to assume that we could encumber the monies this year, but be allowed to finish them after that, after December. That is the main question that we don't really know the answer to. You probably have dozens of lawyers looking at the language, and I don't know if you'll get a dozen different answers, but it would be nice to know, because that would help us in when we are presenting the expenditure plan itself, the language that's in there. That would be a great benefit. And then there was a question by Delegate Smith about availability of water in aquifers, and it does really vary by location. We know where the in-aquifer water is and where it is good, easy to access. We know where the sea aquifer is and its quality and its accessibility as well. We know a lot of chapters that don't have access to aquifers with good water and high yield. And in those cases, we have to bring in water from other areas. One example is Delcon. We're building a hospital there, but we've known and we verified that the groundwater is not usable in that area for a hospital. So that's why, that's one of the main reasons why we're building the loop, the Delcon water line, because you can't get water in Delcon. Delcon has been receiving water from Lower Greasewood for almost 40 years now, and that system is at capacity. So that's why we're building the loop to Delcon water line. The Bluestone project, which is just off of I-40 at Hawk, there was an extensive study done between Water Resources, NHA, and even a consultant in Arizona who's very familiar with the hydrology in Arizona, northern Arizona. And yeah, they just didn't have the capacity in any local wells in that area. You'd have to go to the south about 10 miles to get water, or you'd have to go some ways north toward Window Rock to get water in that area. So that's been the challenge, like with the Bluestone housing. It's a great location, it's a great idea, but then you run into some of these issues when it comes to water or other things. But we've advocated for years that NHA and other entities be part of these technical advisory groups that meet once a month to discuss plans where NHA would like to build houses, where Water Resources wants to do plans, where NTUA would focus on other areas, and IHS. Those TAG meetings have gotten very small in recent years, and it would be good to have these major entities be part of the monthly plannings for various areas to know what we're all doing. But that's just a suggestion. I think NTUA and IHS can talk about their own capacity.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sean. Any other comments, questions? I mean,
This is Rex, I'll make a real quick comment.
Great.
You know, on the Bluestone, they actually did a hydraulic study in the area to drill possibly a well, and one was identified an area, but it was outside of their procured land. So they moved in closer, from what I recall, and that well didn't come out to produce what was necessary. But and that's where it floated back to trying to get connected to the existing system. Eventually, when Navajo Gallup is completed, the water will flow past Gallup to the south, to the east, and to the west. And there's a gap between Sanders and Help that I believe IHS has projects proposed where that gap could be connected, and then you could actually move water from the north all the way out there. And that was conveyed to them, you know, long term when they're proposing it. But sometimes people hear the advice, sometimes they don't, and they continue to move on with the project. That's kind of where it's ended up. The timing is just, you know, bad timing. Eventually, those larger scale projects that Honorable Smith is talking about, the big picture and the major water, it is envisioned, and a lot of it is moving forward. It's just a matter of time before that gets there. And at this point in time, it's just physically not there yet. So I think there is vision of the future. Jason talked about the TAG meeting, a group that meets constantly and talks about the bigger picture with a long-range, long-term view. He did talk earlier about looking at the growth factor and put that in perspective. The whole point of this global planning and for the TAG group and everybody trying to create a much stronger and expensive water resource, and those people that are negotiating the water rights, is to create the potential for the nation to grow. Census does show a migration of people away from Navajo, but if you start growing and creating the development on Navajo, the intent hopefully to reverse that trend and have people stay or have people come back home. but it's got to be created. You know, the housing, the community development, the economic development.
Yeah.
Big picture, the infrastructure plan to create something that will sustain all that. So I think that's getting very, very close, and things are being put in together. You know, it is important to get those water rights solidified in the Utah Navajo and the Arizona Navajo, because there are concerns to deal with that. But unfortunately, right at this point in time, they're not there to meet those needs. But anything that we do now should kind of be geared towards building towards that same larger big picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goots. With that, let me go to Ms. Barbara. Explain a little bit more too as well on the encumbrance. Ms. Barbara, are you on?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I keep forgetting about my mute button, so talking to myself again. So good morning, all. This is Dana Bobroff, Legislative Council. The question I am going to address is whether funds have to be encumbered, and encumbered means put in a contract, or where they actually have to be expended by December 30th, 2020. And when I use expended, I mean cashed out the door. At this point in time, as was explained at yesterday's presentation, in Exhibit B from yesterday's presentation, that is the Treasury guidance issued in April, I think April 22nd. And it specifically said that that the costs have to be incurred during the period that begins on March 1st, 2020 and ends on December 30th, 2020. And it further states that a cost is incurred when the responsible unit of government has expended funds to cover the cost. So at this point in time, what cost incurred means under the Title V CARES funding is that the dollars have to be out the door. Encumbering, just putting it in a contract is not going to cut it. They're going to have to be spent. And I can only tell you what the state of the law and Treasury guidance is now. I do agree, and as we've heard many times, that the council and the leadership is working in DC and such to get that definition or that interpretation to be changed. Thank you, Speaker.
And to Vice Chair Smith, we are working together not only with our internal lobbyists and our internal counsel from the Department of Justice and Office Legislative Council too as well, but also with our federal partners. As indicated, we have meetings with different senators, congressional senators, and congressional staff to notify them that there is huge challenges that need to be overcome, and we need your assistance. And if you're not going to give us this assistance, we need an extension, or we need to make sure that there's adequate language to adhere that can be either sent out by the Department of Treasury, and if that's not enough, then a congressional act needs to happen. That's the reason why individuals like Honorable Nate Brown have stated that we've been working together with Senator McSally's office to really try to get these amendments in place so that we can go ahead and have these dollars at least encumbered, as I think that's the goal by the 30th for some of these projects in order for them to still meet those requirements. But if that isn't the case, at the end of this discussion, I am going to ask for all three parties on the line, the presenters, see if they can break them down and what I like the way Vice Chair Walker indicated some of the projects that are ready or have been ready, some of them that will be ready, and some of them that will be ready in the future. And I think that's something that they can break down. And I think Mr. John indicated, or even Mr. Kuntz indicated that in a relative approach in a markup, categorizing them in year 20, year 21, and year 22 projects. So we are working on that now, Vice Chair Smith, just to let you know. Moving on down, on the floor, I have, this is still the lineup, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Paul Begay, and Chairman Daniel So. So I'll go over on to Eugene So. Floor is yours, sir.
Yate ano sotasmo Idaho na on bitte na hat ani shehe do soto zunido shehe. I really appreciate what we're trying to do for the people out there in regards to this COVID-19. I'm hoping that the people on the other side has more fluent in Navajo, so because I speak more Navajo. First of all, I have in Chinle area, I know there was ISSNTA projects in the area. There was a needed water pump up there by my brother-in-law, Leonard Creek, that would pump water into Federal area. I think somebody's speaking on the phone. And secondly, according to the waters, NTUA and IHS, there are a lot of, just in my area, a lot of people complain because the restroom, they are no longer working in their house. And that needs to be considered also. I feel that needs to be, there's water and everything's still there, but there's some things that's not working, or water vessel, etc. That needs to be included with regards to these water, if we're talking about water. And then we have water that we can save for maybe another 50 to 100 or almost 200. And on years that the project was started back in the 40s, I think we need to re-look at it and research it back and see how we can restart all those, because that one keeps the water on the Navajo Nation instead of running into the Colorado River. They used to call them water spreaders. That was attached to was a earthen dams, and that helped. Initiative is to help the water table to rebuild up. Some of these windmills was drilled, to the water table, but the water went down, and the pipes are still there, but can't get to the water. So those are some of the issues that we have out there regarding the water. We have water in certain areas, and we can catch the water when it rains with the water spreaders, and then that kind of gives the water to just goes back upstream. It doesn't just flow along the valley. They were all in the valley, the Navajo Nation. She allows them from Cottonwood all the way to the Rock Point area, going down into the Colorado River. Those are some of the things that to keep the water on the reservation instead of running off. And also the earthen dams, and also the windmills that that can reach the water table. Some of those who can't do it, can't reach it no more. So that's what that's the reason for this was to keep water on the Navajo Nation, and also to keep the water windmill working and have water all the time, and also have a lot of water underneath the Navajo Nation. And I think that's the main issue here is water. And a lot of other water, to bring in water from somewhere else and pipe. It sounds good and everything's all right, but we have it already. It's been built back in the 40s by the CCC. There would, I think that's people that the Civil Conservation Corps. A lot of things that were started in that time by Franklin D. Roosevelt back in the 33, there was during the Depression. I think that's what we'll be hitting again pretty soon. But that's what was started. There's a lot of things that he started. There's GCC, PWA, WPA, and then a lot. No, were started. That's for the simple thing that we can help each other without even using a lot of money. That's just using the natural resource that's out there. So those are the things I really, really think it should be, done regarding to water. Otherwise, yeah, we can pipe water all over the place from somewhere else, and we keep on doing it. But to me, that's not really the answer in the long run. To me, I think the water, we can use the water that's rainwater and spread it back out to irrigate all the grassland and the valleys, and then go down into the water table, keep into the water table, and rebuild the water table. And then the windmills will be working, and we need all that windmill working too. Those windmills were made for range management. That they were so many far apart regarding to the range and the grass and the grassland, and also the water be there for the livestock to be in that area. So when some windmills don't work in maybe 3-4 miles or 10 miles down there, another one is working. That's where all the livestock are. That's where all the overgrazing is. So we need to start thinking about the grassland, because food regards to livestock, that's where we're headed right now. I don't know, for a long spell, because their meats are going down. A lot of meat are manufacturing. A lot where the processed meat are really getting hit as well. So the Navajo is going to be looking at their mutton stew. That's where we're headed for a while too. So then now, in my area in Chinle, we were blocked off the water that was coming down from the canyon, and a lot of people didn't irrigate in that area to have their corn, etc. So to me, that's how I see this long process that's already there, that can be fixed easily. With not a lot of money, but a lot of people can do it. It's been done when Franklin Roosevelt was the president with natural resources. It has been done. I don't know when we're going to start that back up, but those times didn't have heavy equipment. They only had horses, and people helped. Everybody helped. So I remember planting some seedlings, water erosion control. Those are now it's not wood salt cedar and Russian olives in the canyon de Chelly, and doing jetties all over the place. My family were doing those kind of stuff. All the people and Chinle as a help. Everybody was helping each other. Those are the days, when everybody was together. Now, we have everything, all technologies, etc. We can't even move with dirt, things like around here. So it's not really the money. We can help with the money, yeah, and we got everything out there that we can use. And another thing is, because the right-of-way, as a grazing committee for so many years, I did some right-of-ways that was before, after the fact, like there was gas line in Chinle. I just signed off without really the signature of the permittees. I just got a paper, told the TUA to just give me something, I'll sign it for you. And also the electric line down the Chinle area, they were also weren't considered. So I just signed off because they were already there. And also some water lines. So consent, just easy to work with the grading committee. We can get the consent fast that way. So all these projects can be, processed with whatever money we're going to be getting. And then the fourth one is, I was really always ask questions in regards to Indian Wells right there at the junction. There was a 10-acre commercial tract that was shovel ready. I don't know what happened to that one. I think that one should be put back on the floor with the council. I think it was 027019. That's the RBGOs on that. It was a project that started. So we need to start that thing back up, because that's where we'll need water too. It's already shovel ready. It's already approved. The money was there, but the money was just split up among other chapters. I think that's what happened. So those are some of the things that really kind of bothers me, because we have shovel-ready stuff, and then we don't have the money for it. Even the Chinle Police Academy, they were shovel-ready as well. So those are some of the things that I look at, talking about water. But the main thing is the water spreaders, the earthen dams, the windmills. That would help the people's livestock. That's where we're headed, for mutton stew. And because there's meat going up, and it's going to be, we won't see it on the shelf no more. So that's where we're headed, because all the states are opening back up, and there's going to be more people that's going to rise again. That's how I see it. Because we don't really listen to the doctors or the scientists. Oh, shit, those are my issues in regards to water, and that's been my issue ever since we start by COVID. I've been saying that water. There's a lot of people with no water across the Navajo Nation, and we have a water line that went all the way. I don't know how many miles from Chinle over to the other mountain, to the Black Mountains area. Once there's water going that way, but there are some maintenance that needs to be done on it. So it's already there. The restrooms are already there, but some are just not working because they got damage here and there. So I think the NTUA and IHS, or these money, they need to look into those houses, see if they can, prepare some of those restrooms. But about this case, me, I'm right in the middle of the Finley area. I don't have running water. I don't. I had to bring water from the windmill, a little bit by the airport, or teaching the well. That's where my water comes from, to wash my hand and wash my side. That's how I stay in Chinle there. So right in the middle. My family's gave up all that land, all the schools and the hospitals, etc., in that area. But I live right in the middle with no water. That's okay. So it don't really matter to me, because I'm still capable of bringing the water back. I'm all right. But we need the water to those people, the ones that can't get it. And some of them, like I think it was Mr. Smith was saying, the water is there, they're just not turning it on because of some kind of regulation or etc. So I shouldn't even hospital. So that's my argument, and I wish we could resolve some of these that's already there at hand. Some don't have to cost that much money. All it takes is being together. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So let me go on down to Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you this morning to everybody on online. Water Resources, appreciate your presentation. To Jason John, Rex Coons, Ado Shinala, Rudy Shabala. Thank you. Thank you, speaker, colleagues that are on the line. This is a very important issue. $600 million. We keep hearing that, and we keep talking about it, and that's all we do. And we keep saying to ourselves, we have 7 months to spend this. What we should be thinking, to me, is think about 5 months, because we as Navajo tend to drag our feet, and we don't start taking action until it's about the 11th hour. And this is going to take a lot of working together. Thank you for the water resources. We need to work with water resources. The branches need to work together. We're too busy butting heads at times. And I think that's where all this loss of time is coming into play. We need to put our heads together. We have a lot of people out there that can help us and get this job done within this time period, to December 30th. It's going to come upon us in no time. And that's kind of scary to me. I don't know how this deadline came about. Maybe it's a challenge from the federal level. Let's see if the Navajo Nation can spend this money within this time. We should not be worried about time extension. Like I said, we have people that are smart. They have the mind. to get this all these projects started. A lot of these projects are already put in place. Plans have already been made, just waiting for funding. This is a prime opportunity for the 600 million to be used in this area. Let's work on the waivers. How do we bypass all this waiting? Keep hearing it takes 2 years for this project to happen. I think if we can put our minds together, get our people to work together, we can come up with solutions that we can do what the federal government is trying to make us do. Expend this funding within the 7-month period. I believe that can be done. And I think that we should be thinking about the whole nation. How do we help the whole nation? And we all agree, I believe, that the Navajo Nation needs water. We need water here in Western. And I'm glad that Western Navajo Pipeline has come up with in the discussion this morning. And I believe it will come up again later on. We really need this water line. It's going to help the Western Navajo Nation in excess of 200 miles stretch. And that's what we need. And I was sitting thinking about this one night, and we're too busy hauling food and water to these people, our people that need help. If we had water, we had power to all these people, I don't think we really need to be doing this donation stuff. They would be self-sustaining. They would be helping themselves. There's the chi, and that's where the self-resiliency comes in. They would be self-resilient. So we, my colleagues, delegates, we need to think about helping the whole nation. Where do we need to put the water? And not only for now, during this pandemic, this is going to allow our nation to continue to sustain themselves throughout the years to come. Who knows, there might be another incident like this that might happen 10, 15, 20 years from now. If we have water, if we have power, we will be ready for that. And we won't need to have all this food being trucked in and stuff. I'm sure there will still be a need for that, but not as much as right now. We don't have no water. Our animals need to drink water just like we do. I had my wife and one of my nieces hauling water to Tonalea, 75 miles from here, because 3 families over there are in need of water. They don't have a truck. They have sheep. They have animals. I don't know how many trips they're going to do today, but they have one of those square plastic tape, and that's what they're using. 2 trucks going in and out of Page, from Page to Tonalea today, hauling water to these people because the windmills out there are inoperable. The wind comes and the blade is turning, but there's no water production. I keep calling Tuba City Water Resources. Nobody answers. Chinala, Rudy Shabala, I hope you're still on the line. Jason John, sir, I hope something is done.
Yes, I'm still on the line. I'm here.
Yes. I see Diego. It is over the Hachopa, nearly the back. Highway 89 between Cameron and Page, west of Highway 89. Only earthen dams. They're dry. No water mill, windmill, no pump area, nothing. People drive from there to Page to get water. yeah, go to no. How do we do this? This is a pandemic. Out the South, so I don't know how no, but people have to come and see. Like they say, they have to consume water like we do. And shit, the partner needs to get out. What out the partner needs to the fast. They get people on such. Of course, I don't know about it. If we need to get our heads together and we need to plan the 600 million. Forget about this project. Take 2 years. Let's find a solution to do this. I believe there's a challenge from the federal level saying, let's see if the Navajo Nation can do this. Let's show them that we can do this. Let's show that their challenge is covered by the Navajo Nation. Extension that the Nigo don't have to lead us on it. I don't care of funding, not a hot and get not on it. They're going to say they failed at expending the scene. We allowed them to expend it in 7 months. They didn't do it. Why should we fund them again? That's the mindset that they might have. I think the Navajo Nation is made up of people that can do this work. We can do this work, putting our minds together, putting the departments together to work, putting the 3 branches together to work. Put our minds together instead of butting heads. That's the solution that we need to put into place. Of course, it's about this thing. We need to get it done. Broadband is the other thing. To me personally, my 3 things is water, power, and broadband. We don't know how long this virus is going to go. We need to think about our children come fall or even this summer. How do we get broadband to them where they can use computer technology, continue their education? We don't know how long this is going to go. We must get ready for our students to continue their education. Those are just some of my thoughts. I really believe we need to cover the whole Navajo Nation, help the whole Navajo Nation. Yes, there are chapter projects, but a lot of these chapter projects, again, they have to go through processes, and it takes a long time. We need to think about how do we help the whole Navajo Nation as a whole with these big projects. To me, one of these big projects is Western Navajo water line project. It's already put together. It just sits there waiting for funding. The opportunity is there, $600 million. Figure out a way that we can fund these things so that we can serve people in a stretch of over 200 miles west or in Western Navajo. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paul Begay. That there was a question by Honorable Eugene So, some concerns from Honorable Paul Begay. I don't know if anybody wants to tackle any of those questions, particularly from Eugene So. I know that there was some concerns about potentially getting the drawdown, and I think that's what this discussion is about: is educating each other on what we can do and how we can work together to try to make sure that some of these waivers are put in place. And that's what we have staff from both DOJ and Office of Legislative Counsel working towards right now to see if we can make sure we get those waivers in place so that we can expedite some of these projects. So Mr. John, Mr. McDonald, Mr. Kuntz, I don't know if you guys want to tackle any of the questions that were there from Honorable Eugene So or Honorable Paul Begay.
Yeah, this is Jason. I'll go first. When you contract out work or pass money to an entity through an MOA, you have the option of paying those money out up front. And it seems like at this point, that is the only option that will work. But if these requirements for the funding from the federal government say you have to complete the project by December, then we're going to have real problems. But if it's just a matter of paying the money out, expending it up front, that is doable. And we can work with that. There's also beginning to be a discussion of livestock here. And we all, under normal conditions, water resources was already underfunded and understaffed. And the crews out at Tuba City, Chinle, and other areas, they're out every day repairing windmills. Now this emergency has come about, the COVID emergency. I can't ask if they are sick. It's up to them if they want to tell me if they become ill because of this or if their family is ill. I cannot make them tell me, and I hope that they are all doing well, but we have been asking them to come back to work during this emergency. I've been told I have to go and get my own personal protective equipment for me and my staff, that there's a shortage, so I have to start looking for it on my own. So that's what I've been doing. I still put in a request to Command Center for personal protective equipment. We're still awaiting for some of that to arrive. But for the most part, we're just using what we get personally and working out there. We have staff that have become sick while transporting supplies in response to this emergency. But same people you want out there working to fix all these windmills during this time are the same. They come from the same families that are being exposed and dealing with this emergency on a personal level. So we can't get a full crew out there to be fixing all of these windmills at this time. They are out there, but it is going to take some time to do this work. There's already a listing of over 100 windmills that are down at this moment. And there's only one or two crews in each agency trying to go through them and fix them, and it takes a day to a week to fix each windmill. I've talked about this windmill and livestock situation with Command Center and with the Water Access Coordination Group. The Command Center has made it clear that their emergency is to address the COVID-19 emergency for the people who have become infected. That is their main priority. The Water Access Coordination Group, their focus is on drinking water, to get water to families that don't have water. We don't have any support about livestock. We recently are looking at, I think the Pearl ECD has been, at the request of the president, has been asked to look into water hauling for livestock. City of Flagstaff has responded and said that they have water in their city, but we have to come and get it. And that's pretty much the same response everywhere. Or other agencies, county agencies says, oh, we have a water truck. Oh, you need to come and get it and operate it. We have a few water trucks here. They were going to clean them to haul drinking water from Water Resources, 3 of them, but now they've begun to haul livestock water. So now we don't know if we're going to allow them to be used for drinking water because it seems like there's more of a need for livestock water. So the result is that, yes, it sounds great to fix all these windmills right now, fix all these earthen dams, but there's just not the internal capacity to do that work at this time. We would need some serious outside help, large equipment operators to come in and help with this. But I don't know if these other federal agencies will say, oh, it's for livestock. We don't do that for livestock. But that's the current situation with earthen dams and windmills at this time.
This is David McDonald with Indian Health Service. I can follow up a little bit on what Jason has said. Yes, there's a huge need for drinking water under the current situation with the COVID-19 crisis. And, there's immediate short-term needs. And then we have, I think one of the previous delegates outlined it very well. There's immediate needs, there's midterm, and there's long-term. And I echo what Jason John has said about the projects, the water project. I think it's virtually, I don't want to be negative, but I think it's virtually impossible for any of these projects to be completed by the end of this year. There are many things out of all of our controls on these projects that we do have to. Anytime you break ground, you have to go through all the environmental clearances. There's NEPA, federal regulations about all of that, and to think that we can put any pipeline in the ground in 7 months is, I think it's just I don't want to say it's impossible, but we would have to drop literally everything else we're doing to even get maybe a mile of pipeline in the ground. So I just want everyone to know that it's a very lengthy process to build any of these kind of projects. The term shovel ready is loosely used by many people, and I don't think there's a single project on our SDS list that you can really say that we could start construction on tomorrow. As Delegate Smith has already mentioned, the project that was supposed to be shovel ready 4 years ago is still not under construction, and there's many reasons for that, but I'm not going to try and get into that right now. But it takes time, and there is an emergency situation going on right now with the COVID-19 outbreak, and I don't know if the full panel is aware that there is a team from the Center for Disease Control from CDC that is here on the Navajo right now. I don't know if Commander Ritter is on the line, but they have been working with Indian Health Service to try and come up with a very short-term, immediate plan to provide water sources at all the chapter houses so that people, such as Houck, that do not have a watering point at the chapter house, that we build something very quickly to get water sources at each chapter house so that people can haul water that right now they may have to travel 20, 30 miles to go to the nearest regulated water source for water. So that project, that emergency project is underway. We hope to start construction on those 37. There's been 37 chapter houses that have been identified that need immediate water sources tapped into the N2A, the existing N2A water lines at those chapter houses. So that project is being funded by Indian Health Service with emergency funds. So we're moving. We're trying to move very quickly on providing that immediate need. But these longer term, these projects on SDS and all these other issues that have been brought up, it's very, very difficult to meet that kind of timeline of December 2020. I think there's going to have to be a pushback for more time on that project or those projects. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the panel? If none,
Hello, Honorable Dean?
yes.
Hi, I'd like to say something. My name is Natanya Gardenez. Hello to everybody. I work at Water Resources with Jason John and Crystal Tully Cordova.
Oh, yes. So, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'd like to mention a few things and respectfully bring to everybody's attention of possibly one element of many things that affects the nation's chances of utilizing the CARES funds by December. And that element is the 164 process. It was mentioned by Jason, may be subjected to the 164 process. And offices like Water Resources, IHS, and NPUA will be obligated to submit our documents in the 164 process to approve any kinds of contract modifications, MOAs, interagency agreements, and right-of-ways. And so I was wondering if it would be possible to organize and assemble a specialized task force to put together to improve the 164 process, and that it may be helpful to consider this, and so that whenever we submit a 164 document and it's dealing with the CARES funds related projects or COVID related projects, that this group of people like at DOJ, OOC, Fish and Wildlife, Navajo EPA, and any other offices whose approvals are needed to push these projects, these documents through the 164, to just assemble this specialized task force just for these projects here. Again, it's going to be a specialized task force group to help push projects through the 164 document process faster, so that project managers and contractors, engineers can start working on these projects sooner rather than later, because we all have a very short time frame. But just to keep in mind that this task force will exist for only COVID specific and CARES Act related projects, and that this task force will have a time limited purpose, and that time limit may last for the time being used for these funds right away. That's all I wanted to mention. Thank you again, and I'd be happy to assist in any way I can. Thank you all for listening.
Speaker Damon, this is Mike Halona.
So, Lona, thank you for being on the call. I didn't know you were there. Thank you for gracing us with your. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today, Mr. Alona.
I've been here the whole time. I'd like to make a comment following up on water resources. Thank you, Speaker Damon and honorable delegates and guests and colleagues on the call today. A very interesting topic. I've lived in here just the whole time. But I just want to add a couple of things. Delegate Eugene So mentioned how projects happen previously. All of that development happened so quick, and it's all because before 1970, because there was no consent required, there was no chapter involvement required, and there was no EA, the EA required, no archaeological, no biological required at that time. So these projects just happened. And I think that's kind of what we're looking at when we're talking about spending these funds and for the current emergency situation. And what Water Resource just mentioned, Ms. Gordon-Nez just mentioned, is something that the Land Department and the General Land Development Department has been proposing now for 5 years. It's called a one-stop shop. And it's reorganizing our internal structure. We went from an SAS process to a 164 process, and then we brought in the electronic side of it, trying to speed up the process where everybody would get a packet at the exact same time and be able to review. And as of right now, only half of the reviewers are on the electronic system. The other half won't get on the system. So there needs to be some type of revamping of our structure, either through legislation or the new policies being developed. And the one-stop shop is what we have been proposing. And it's not a task force just for this emergency. It should be put in place for now and for the future to be able to process projects quickly. That means a project is developed, the information is there, even the requirements of those packets could be streamlined, and it will be with Delegate Chair Resource Committee Nez is legislation that's going to be coming up here in the near future, and that will take away the right-of-way equation. Now it's all internal, it's all with us. And so that means that the requirements would be really simple. We need to relook at our consent process. We're not taking anybody's land. It's just a minor impact. When we put a telephone pole in, when we put a water line in, we cover it back up, the vegetation regrows on top of it. So nobody there's just a short-term impact, so there's no taking of any lands. And so then that way, the consent for water, sewer, gas, electric, fiber, there should be no consent taken. Then we end up spending time going to the chapter trying to get a support resolution. Either don't make quorum, you don't get on the agenda, and it moves 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. When it should be simple that we just write the chapter letter says, here's the project, here's where it's going to happen, here's how the families and the community will benefit from it. And our date of construction is from starting at this point. So they'll know what kind of project and where and what it's going to be used for. They have that information. And then just the biological and the cultural resource aspects is all that would be needed. And the reviews would be all in that one-stop shop. It'd be in one department where they pick up the paper doesn't go nowhere. It stays in-house until it goes for the president's signature or RDC approval if need be. And if that's not delegated out, it stays within that department. Even the legal review is within that department. Currently, we have 4 legal reviews in the 164 process. So I just wanted to put that out there, and that we are working right now on streamlining the process, taking away the right-of-way aspects and calling it a tribal authorization access that will address a lot of the needs. It's the other internal parts that we need to get done. There is an electronic system. It's been designed, developed. It's in use. Half of it's in use. If we get everybody else using it, then we would speed up the process. It's transparent and it can be tracked. So thank you, Speaker. What is the...
Thank you, Solona, for that explanation. Thank you too, as well, from the staff from the Water Management Branch. With that, let me go back to the panel or to the floor. This is a lineup. I have Chairman So and then Vice Chair Walker again. So Chairman So, go ahead.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I just text you.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair of Nabi, Otto colleague, and then of course our panel, Mr. John, Mr. McDonald, and Mr. Shabala, Ms. Garner-Nez, as well as Mr. Holona. Basically, the MOA, is that what you used with the cutter lateral? The other is in some of the bigger areas, let's say Winderot, Fort Defiant, St. Michael's, is that system at capacity? And even in Chinle, even in Shiprock or Tuba City, are those systems at capacity or even at Crown Point? I guess the main thing that I garnered from yesterday's presentation by the Legislative Council as well as DOJ, our effort has to be mitigation. For me, that's like the short-term response. And some of this project, short-term, mid-term, long-term development may not meet those requirements published out of the U.S. Treasury guidelines. And that's my concern, Speaker. Our delegates are basically, the public is making it sound like we're giving, where in reality it has to be mitigation related. And in that respect, then for me, the mitigation related aspect would be the bulk watering point in certain locations, where again it's like the long drive for water hauling. That would be, I guess, go back into concert with some of IHS's efforts to increase the number of bulk watering points at the chapter houses. Oh, the other is for those folks in areas where they have water lines, trunk lines, perhaps much in the same aspect of the Light Up Navajo, the ones that are a short distance away from the main line, within, let's say, the areas that have a higher population per square mile. And perhaps some of those folks don't have bathroom additions. What if we extend the water line to them and put in a frost-free spigot, a faucet, so that they can step out of their dwelling, get water, take it inside? Because short term, and in those short line water extensions, they could be contracted out. If NECA doesn't have the equipment and the personnel, then they could contract it to the many Navajo companies that do have a backhoe, that do have personnel, without having to go through this DPM. And even on the water hauling aspect, we have trucking companies. I mean, give them a stimulus check to go rent a potable water trailer and hire those folks. That's part of the intention of this CARES Act, to stimulate the economy back. Those are some things. Whether and then use the drought emergency monies that with the insurance payment. Use those monies for the waterfall for livestock. So those are some of my immediate thoughts. And again, the short line, water line extensions to increase the numbers of homes that could have access to water at their doorstep without any delay, because some of the areas, they haven't even started their bathroom addition, and that would take months. But if we could just do that frost-free faucet outside their home, that is another aspect that I really want to throw in. And again, as opinion by Department of Justice, the expenditure has to have occurred on 12/31. That doesn't mean the project would have to be completed. So I guess that's the other thing is the documents that were presented to us from DOJ and OLC. Those documents need to be shared with all the folks on this call right now, so that they have a better idea and not be, giving a cloud of information saying, oh, we can't finish it within 6 months. The way I understand it, if it's funded and if the contract is awarded, then that met the requirement. So that was my understanding from yesterday's presentation, and let's work on that. So that's the extent of my presentation, Mr. Speaker. Again, some of these for the IHS, area director had already listed, I think it was 14 or 15 projects that are ready, a right of way, and then there's 7 other succeeding projects, and those aspects really need to be part of the total picture. Right now, we're kind of just been taking a bite out of the one rib, and we're not completely making good use of the rib to clean off the bone to make a good meal. So in that respect, Mr. Speaker, again, all these documents that have been referred to, if we could get them on a good distribution, then we will have a better idea. Even the item that was presented by area director, where he defined within CFR that when lands are under one ownership, then the BIA doesn't need a NEPA. BIA doesn't need to approve the right of way. It all fits within the aspects of Navajo Nation government. Those things we have to again read up on those vast array of documents to make sure that we're all headed in the same direction. That is my thoughts as we go forward. Yes, we realize the even in the power line extension. Once a home gets electricity, guess what? That family's going to go out and buy themselves a refrigerator. And that all of it in an instant improves what they can buy at the grocery store and improves the longevity of some of the produce that will be used. That is just my thought, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Chairman. So with that, moving on down, is lineup. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Walker next, and then Honorable Lona, and then Madam Chair Charles doing that. Honorable Walker.
Speaker, thank you again. Earlier, I asked a couple questions. I want to get back to that. I'll be brief here. So to the Water Resources Department, or ETUA, or IHS, one question is, so how can water be piped in a rocky terrain or mountainous area? And Loop and Cameron need to know, because there are also local planning, local chapters, chapter managers and chapter officials, and we plan some of these infrastructure development. So when it comes to the issue that I'm talking about here, then we say the cost is too high, or it's too difficult, or it's impossible. That question, so that I can go back also and share that with my local leader. The other one is using water filtering technology. And again, I must say there are technologies available. So can we start including that as part of problem solving here today? A couple weeks ago, we did have a phone discussion with University of Arizona, some other water resource group down there that works in this area, and I look forward to hearing from them again. But I think the nation needs to say, okay, that can be part of our thinking these days. These technologies, some of which are like cutting edge technology. So we are just talking about windmills and the basics. There are other ways to solve these problems also. So I would like some response, and then I'm going to go back on mute. I appreciate the discussion here. Chairman Soshin, it really makes me think and gets me motivated and so forth, as well as other leaders. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman So and Vice Chair Walker. Let me go back to Mr. McDonald, Mr. Kuntz, Mr. John, if you guys have a response.
Yes, this is David McDonald. I can try and answer some of those questions. Given enough money, you can almost build anything. So all those homes west of Loop are in a very rocky terrain. They're also at a higher elevation from the existing NTUA water system in Loop itself. And there are two projects funded. Well, one has planning money, but the phase one project for pumping water from Loop to the west. So it's expensive, very expensive. It's using CHSN money. It's using US EPA money. It's using some IHS money. It took that collaborative effort to fund that a very expensive project, because we're going to deal with rock. There's going to be blasting to get through that hard rock. There's going to be a booster station with power requirements. There's going to be a water tank that's going to have to be constructed at the top end. These are the challenges we have in funding those kind of projects. They're very expensive. They take a lot of planning work. So yes, it's possible, and there are many other homes further to the west and to the south and to the north even in that loop chapter. They are all on SDS. They're very expensive projects. So that's ongoing. Again, it takes a lot of time. This can't be done overnight. It can't be done in 7 months. It's a long process. As far as the U of A water filters, I don't know much about that. I'm a graduate of University of Arizona. I'm proud to be an alumni, but I believe those filters, they're talking about nanofiltration to filter out things such as total dissolved solids and some other undesirables in the water, so that you can, at point of use, get a drinkable or perhaps maybe for livestock. I'm not really sure. The I think Bureau of Reclamation had done some pilot testing of one of those types of units out there for livestock, because one of the livestock wells was very high in TDS. I don't know the status on that, but there again, you need to have water. You need to have water first. You can't just, they're filters for water either hauled or already in the home. So it may be a solution for certain things, but it's not going to. I don't think it's going to help too many people that currently don't have piped water. So I hope that answers that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any other, wanted to respond to the questions by Honorable Chairman So and Vice Chair Walker?
This is Rex. I think one thing that I caught out of Honorable So's comments was, if the home doesn't have plumbing, run the line up and put a phosphorus hydrant there. And it does put water at the home. They don't have plumbing inside, but it does provide safe drinking water at their doorstep, and that's still better than them having to haul it because they got to control, their own container, and then they have to store it. And the longer you store it, you have the potential that your disinfection will dissipate, and you might end up with consuming untreated water at some point. So getting it there is definitely an option, and it's probably something that would be considered an interim solution, with the thought that plumbing could come at a point where it could be done at a later date, and the service could be enhanced. So I think that's a good strategy. I know there's been throughout the whole dialogue, we keep going back and forth between implementation and then the restrictions that slow us down. And the U.S. President issued an executive order trying to relieve federal laws that inhibit economic recovery. And I'm wondering how this group is viewing that, because at the federal level, if they're trying to relieve or waive those federal laws that hinder these things, are we embracing that? For the COVID response, we need to go through any of those processes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Coons and Mr. McDonald, for those comments. Let me go back to the floor. I know that there's other individuals that are on there. We have many of our team experts that are in the executive branch. If you're wanting to respond to as well, this is or the members of outside entities like staff from U of A. If you want to respond to any of my colleagues' questions, you're more than welcome to as well. So let me go ahead and move on down. Honorable Halona, you are on.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Pernell Halona. I want to say thank you to all the presenters, Mr. John, Mr. McDonald, Mr. Coot, and Mr. Halona. There's several things that we have to plan for in the future, and because one of the main things that I'm thinking about is a situation that we're faced against today, and what we're trying to resolve is a ongoing situation. Every year we have more and more people that are building houses, and they're always requesting electricity and water. We need to have some sort of a consensus, have all the new constructions to be built near the main infrastructures. You know, we have all these scattered homes built out there in these remote areas, and that's going to continue to contribute to the problem that we have. We need to find a way to make some new rules within our home site leasing so that the people that are going to build new houses, they can build closer to these infrastructures that we have in order to supply them with water and electricity. You know, there's also a lot of houses out there in the remote areas that have been built, have electricity supplied to them. They have had water lines built out there, and they have had sewer lines and septic tanks that were put in. And then the kids grow up, move away, the elderlies move on, and nobody uses the facilities. There's a lot of homes around here that are empty. You know, so that's just a waste of money that we're looking at. So we had rules and regulations where we can have the homes built near close to the infrastructure. We won't have such a big problem. But it's going to keep growing as long as we allow people to build houses way out in these remote areas. Problem that I see. The other thing that I want to bring up was that, you know, we still have to reach get a decision. I don't know if anybody's reached out to the Treasury Department to find out exactly what we can do, how much money that we can use for these kind of projects. And that's one question I'd like to get answered somehow, but we need to try to get something done in that respect. As far as the approvals, I think that's a decent idea on having a task force, creating one, but, you know, it should have been done several years back to look at this process, because since I've been a council delegate, the 164 process, I heard lots of complaints about that. And I've gone through that 164 process. As a matter of fact, I'm still waiting for a final approval for one project that I started as soon as I got into the council, and it's going on a year and a half now, and I gone through the whole process. I found the money and where it was at, and this was from the CFN fund. And the project that I'm trying to get taken care of, I got stuck over there in the president's office, and I'm trying to find out where that project is. So it's a long, lengthy process, and I understand what the water development is talking about. But to complete all these projects across the Navajo Nation, some of them seem that they're possible that we can complete, and Delegate Chairman So has the right idea. I think the ones that are the short-term ones, that we should be able to focus on those, and because it's going to take a long time for all all these processes to get done with all these areas and locations that we haven't had any water. The other place that we should probably concentrate on is on the western side of that, where the I think it's called Black Mesa, where the and all the people out there who hadn't been able to do any construction, the Bennett Freeze area. Those people are way far behind, and that's especially a hard-hit area where the virus contamination is. So, you know, those steps need to be taken care of. The 164 process system, electronic system, the task force, I think things that we need to be thinking about. But we also need to look at first on how we can really, what we can really use to do these things with the CARES Act. I don't know, somebody needs to reach out to the Treasury Department to get a final review on it, because, you know, we could be beating our heads against the wall trying to get these things done, and then they turn around and come back and tell us it's not allowable. I think we need to, that's one thing we need to get a decision on first from them. That way we can be sure that we can be moving forward with these kind of plans instead of, you know, we might be just spinning our wheels right now. So those are a few things that I wanted to bring up. I'm sure I have other questions that I want to ask, but we're drawing out on this discussion all day. And, you know, this COVID pandemic, that's what the money was supposed to be used for. Any expenses that, you know, was caused by COVID that we didn't budget for. Clearly, a lot of the things we're talking about is borderline. So thank you very much for that, listening, and I, you know, I think we need to really try to do something about changing our rules and regulations for the housing, home site leases. And we need to concentrate on those and make sure that we get them to the where they're built closer to the infrastructure of water. That would really, and again, it's going to that situation is going to grow and grow as long as we allow these all these people to be building out in the remote areas. Not going to stop. So I just want to bring that out and let that idea float around a little bit, because in order for us to get, we're never going to get control of this. The amount of houses and new construction and people who are building out there. So thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate it. There was a lot of information that was given out all this morning. All my colleagues touched off on several different things and different aspects of this situation that we're having to face. A lot of projects that were started that ended because of funding. Nobody picked them up. Well, those kind of things, I guess they're making me a little bit upset. But we need to try to figure out ways how to move forward with it. So those are my comments. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it. Have a nice day for everybody. I don't really expect any answers to come out right now. You know,
Speaker.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Owner. Yes.
This is Jason John.
Yes, Jason.
We've been talking about addressing the needs to get water to homes, because 30% of the people don't have it in response to COVID. We're discussing all the challenges to doing this, to try to fix the issue almost permanently, you know, fix a lot of these issues trying to reach a permanent solution. You know, I think the council received proposals like from Tusado LLC that is more driven to our response to the current emergency and revolving around. You remember when there was the Hurricane Katrina in the Gulf Coast, and there was mass flooding in New Orleans, and FEMA came in and had to build all these homes almost overnight to get people a place to stay. I don't think that type of response has been vetted as part of this discussion, or maybe you already have. Trying to get communities built, urgency to separate families who are infected. That was not in this packet, but I'm sure you guys have that type of proposal out there.
Yes, Jason, thank you for that. And thank you, Honorable Helena, for your comments. Mr. John, the presentation for those will be coming forth, not only from the Health Command Center, but also from Division of Social Services, and also from our first responders from Department of Public Safety. So we will be having those discussions. And Mr. John, at any time, we'd like for you and your expertise to be invited to those discussions too as well. So we can give you the schedule on when we will hear from those individuals. Thank you again, Jason.
Speaker Damien?
Yes.
May I speak for the University of Arizona? Is that okay? I have a moment.
Yes, go ahead. Just introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, Speaker Damien and Honorable Council, men and women. My name is Nancy Peterson, and I'm with the University of Arizona. And unfortunately, I believe Dr. Carletta Chief, who is going to speak briefly about the technology that Councilman Walker has mentioned in this conversation, the nanofiltration technology that uses solar to power it, and the units that they have designed and are testing. And since she's not available to discuss that, I request your permission for us to submit in writing following this conversation a brief description of what that technology is and what possibilities there are for applying that use to improve the water quality of perhaps some of the different water sources that you have on the nation to meet the COVID-19, and also any other technologies that the University of Arizona has that they might be able to offer to you for your consideration. Thank you for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you very much. And we look forward to any suggestions, recommendations, and if you want to email that over to, if you look on online on our agendas, or just there in the comments, you can reach Chief of Staff Lashana So or Mr. Tom Potero, or myself too as well. And you're more than welcome to respond, and we take all recommendations. So thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, a lot of Santa Carletta Chief and oye, kwa asata, pahoshi, shitochi hobenina ebaba. Adish, abiga ha sihiki.
Oh,
here, kwa asata house, also, yeah, the Hidini is father, da isonos da agi kodo besh behanegi. Ado da kwa Naabik'iyati besh behane besh pada saanegi a lot sundahagi do besh ba da saanegi kedo sundahagi do anos so kwa hinat ane da nosenegi extended de hote sin sheya do na shinigi ya to the cheat ni shlo to hana bashishin. There's a night that should say, though, yeah, it didn't touch any additional a cut out a sonnenschle. Don't lay, hold the dosha the article 2000, you had the other, what that the Oka University of Arizona, the a other national, a to play and down the nigga a nash car, though, other and that not a nash. Although I had quite honorable recognition that Codins and I although and that she in Kahan that Kodo Kaho Zanade Wadera High School Aden Kaho a audit Dayan de Hagoshido need a coho a so the Jonako Iska Agi Eba Henson Ado at Hasne da Iska Agi Diego at that on the Jonako da Iska a co a so congratulations about Sabadini at Kitten Arjun graduate congratulations Badini Aro da di Kwani that Sigi Jason Jar Rex Kunks Aro Mr. McDonald here Kwadi Popsite Igi Kashine La on such Hinanish Adasa Ko here Hidini Aro da Honorable Elmer Bigay Ani A Sad Elinigi Hehati Dro Toe Inat Ado Toe Azet So Ani Jo A Kwa the Costan Sagi Nas A Tada Aya and Kitane Aya impact the Yila a call a bitchy hati Kahanson a call Ahawada Sini Tago a bed bitchy hati ka ado nasko dahon dahoni blodo. Ako di kwa abesin dash shiki a shared megdal a water resources research center aja a large sata auto and the Bob Arnold a chemical and environmental engineering a ajik ites e auto and the Rebecca Sosi a Regents Professor Le James E. Rogers College of Law auto and the Tony Masaro a University of Arizona Harry Foundation ites e auto Nancy Peterson a nida hati so a aja knowledge ako kadeya Balagonic Echahasti kadeya good morning everyone, good afternoon. This is Carletta Chief and I just introduced myself in Navajo and made my salutations, but I want to talk about the University of Arizona. We're a land-grant university with a mission where we aim to bring science to the communities and to address the challenges that we face. So we've had a long history of community engagement with tribes and have developed centers of excellence in tribal governance, culture, language, health, policy, and law. And we have institutes like Native Nations Institute, Indigenous Peoples Law and Policy, and the Cooperative Indian Extension. Through our work, we also partner with tribal colleges like the Neck College and NTU, and we train tribal college students to facilitate their transfer either to our university or other universities. And also to work in their own work and employment opportunities. So we work to just bring everyone together from our different programs and partnerships to tackle environmental disparities that are facing our communities. So in terms of water, our university is ranked #1 in water resources. And President Robbins, who is not able to be here today due to his schedule, has said that he's proud of the cutting-edge water resources conducted by U of A, and it's recognized again in our ranking. Water is our most precious natural resources, and our global leadership in this area has been far-reaching generational impact. So our team that was mentioned today is I'm the lead PI of the Indigenous Food, Energy, Water Security, and Sovereignty. Jo bikites egi e joti kia do shantin all do e choho e do e ko nejona go nito topahan ed. Okay, we look at this problem holistically because food, energy, and water is all connected. And so we've been working with the Net College in a $3 million National Science Foundation grant to develop a workforce with an intercultural awareness with expertise in food, energy, and water systems. So with this, we've worked with our team to develop a solar-powered water filtration system that provides 50 gallons of clean water per day. And so we use this as a pilot, and right now that unit is at the Net College, so you could, when the time is allowable, you could go there and see that unit. So we've been training tribal college students as well as our students to look at food, energy, water nexus to tackle those real world problems, as well as, definitely being culturally aware with Navajo ways of knowing and ecological knowledge to guide that process. But this unit is designed to remove dissolved chemicals and arsenic and uranium below the drinking water standard. So it's powered by solar. And like someone said, we've bought the materials, from can be easily obtained from a hardware store. It has these two 275-gallon cage tanks, water filters, and PV pipes that sits on a flatbed trailer. And so the trailer, you can hook it to the back of your truck and move it somewhere as you need. So it's mostly been a training and research focus. And Robert Arnold, who's on the line right now, is the brain behind this system, and he can certainly answer a lot of the questions posed today about filtration. But we're here today because we're committed to this work through our programs and our researchers. And our partnership is based on philanthropy, aiming at fortifying the water capacity needs of the Navajo Nation and other communities. And so, for example, the Howry Foundation, which is based at U of A, has now redirected all of their work to focusing on the water needs of the Navajo Nation and how they can help to support that research effort. So we're committed not just for this immediate crisis, but for the next 3 to 5 years, talking with Jason John, Rex Coots, Mr. McDonald, and others, and how we can best complement their ongoing efforts, and just want to engage in that trust-based partnership with the Navajo Nation. And we're here to serve and look forward to what you would like us to do in our next steps. I do want to mention that one of our teams was invited to respond to a CARE RFP for the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences. It's a rapid response grant that's looking at linkages between arsenic exposure, diabetes, and COVID-19 infections and risks on the Navajo Nation. So we've been in touch with people on the Navajo Nation to get support letters for that. Our partnership, our research and our collaboration across the many disciplines also involves collaborating with international partners as well as consulting firms. For example, we collaborate a lot with experts in Israel, and they have a lot of expertise in real-time emergency water distribution systems and they are ready to offer immediate water relief, much like to what one of the council delegates stated about establishing different water distribution points. And then another example of our collaborations is we do collaborate with Navajo-owned consulting firm Riley Engineering, CEO Dr. Ronson Chi, who is a U of A alum. And Jason John mentioned his work before as well, and he has developed a Navajo water decision tool that came out of his dissertation. So we're very collaborative, we're committed, and we're just here to be of service in what way we can to the Navajo Nation. And I am from Flat Mesa. I grew up with no electricity or running water. So my heart is stemming from my own upbringing. And so I want to say, thank you for allowing me to speak briefly here today. And we're here to answer any questions as well.
Thank you very much for that overview. Let me go back to my colleagues. I know that you're still having questions regarding some of the presentation that was being done by by Jason John, Mr. Kuntz, and Mr. McDonald. So thank you again for that update from U of A, though. I can come back to you guys, but more importantly, thank you for being here with us and recommending some of those initiatives. So let me go back to Madam Chair Charles Newton. You're next, and then I have up after that is Chairman Rick Nez.
Elmer, we get you.
Speaker, and also for the presenters, I will admit that I did get on late, and I apologize for that. So I'm only going to ask a question based on what I heard, and I, if I'm not mistaken, there was a comment made by one of the presenters saying that if these projects, if we're pushing to get them done, that a lot of outside resources and outside help is going to be needed. My question is, do you have a list of who those outside resources are? And are they providing you, I guess, maybe a plan on how they can assist you to try to get these waterline projects completed? I truly believe, and I think it's just me being the half full type of person that I am, I think that this is possible. I really believe that we can get this done for our people. If we, right now, I look at this as two major projects. One is delivering water to our people, and two is building the infrastructure for broadband and increasing cell phone services. So those are I look at these two top priorities. I guess I should say I look at these as the two top priorities for our nation right now. And so with that, I just wonder, how or whether you have a running list right now of those resources. That's my only question at this time, and I just want to say bear down. I'm also alumni of U of A. It's good to have U of A folks on here. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we move on down to Chairman Nez.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon and honorable members of the 24th Council, Mr. John, everybody else, Mr. Kuntz, and also Dr. Carletta Chief. I really appreciate your presentation. I'm trying to visualize what this solar-powered water filtration system would look like, or what it looks like. I want to see it. I'd like to schedule some times now that it's nearby at Say Lee to go and look at it if they'll allow me to, and just to visualize how we as leaders, with this short time that we have, that we need as leaders, and we have no other choice but to plan our work and then work our plan. And this includes everybody that's on the line. How do we do this? How do we expedite the process? Planning, permitting, design, rights of ways, bidding, and construction. And this morning we heard take time to process. We see that this has to be all related to COVID-19. COVID-19 Pronle Kashmishjan Khanet Night and Net Hobashihadot, Koi Tote Lada Leto Hita, which and the Hui Nagodo, but at Dengo. Aquagi Shine, Hita 18 so daily. On Shihana, the knowledge, Lagoshan, and Nosteniki. But all I say, Yat I really appreciate that. Dr. Chief letting us know that Hari Foundation, the foundation itself has redirected their focus on the water needs of the Navajo Nation. We did have a meeting the other day last week with the University of Arizona, and they have given us a lot of this information, data. So all we need to do now is put our heads together and say, hey, let's get it done. Let's start doing this now. We've identified all morning discussion how we could do it. And one of the issues, the obstructions, is the 164 being problematic. I really appreciate Mr. Halona and Ms. Yazi from General Land Development as well as Navajo Land Department here. They were pretty much working on this one-stop shop. That would really expedite a lot of the process. Currently, the system as it's designed, like Honorable Halona says, takes forever. This one-stop shop will really expedite some of this process. And I just want to say that, and I don't want to take too much of our time, and I'm glad we're discussing, and let's get it done. We are planning the work. Let's work the plan from now till December 2020. Thank you very much, Dr. Coletta, Chief, for your presentation. I really appreciate it, and I would like to see this system just visually in front of me as to how we can have this at every Navajo home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Is that? I think there was some questions to Mr. McDonald and Mr. John, and maybe possibly that can't be helped, and maybe Mr. Kuntz can go off the questions that Madam Chair Charles Newton had regarding some of the water concerns.
Yes, Chair, this is Jason John, Speaker.
Go ahead, Jason.
We talked about lists of contractors and things like that. Right now, the only thing that would really work is doing an MOA with NECA, and that MOA would have the planning, the permitting, the design, and the construction all in one. And they would just be paid up front to do the work. That's the only process that would seem currently feasible. Other than that, we may have some projects, there's a very few out there that are already being built or right about ready to go into construction. Those are very few that might already have the bid work put together. Maybe the contractor is just about to start. But those are very few. If you don't go through the MOA process and you go through the regular bidding out and procurement, it's going to be very difficult to do that in the time that we're allotted this year.
Mr. John, are you still on?
No, yeah, I was done.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you then. Any other comments, I guess, for Chairman Nez or Madam Chair Charles Newman?
Honorable Damon?
Yes.
This is Natanya Garnez again with the Department of Water Resources.
Go ahead, Ms. Garnez.
I wanted to add on to Jason John's comments just a few seconds ago that the task force that I had mentioned earlier, I was he talked about the contract and getting an MOA and the task force. Because of COVID, we were put on a stay-at-home order by the president, and in effect, a lot of the Navajo Nation government was put on admin leave. So it's been kind of chaos I'm sorry not to use chaos, but it's been a little bit confusing to see who is working at home, from home, and who we can contact, because a lot of the contacts are landlines to the offices. And we also have the email, but this task force would specifically list people in each department who will be taking care of any documents that are going to go through the 164 process, so that we know who to contact. And if there is a holdup of any kind, they may have questions, or we may need to make some corrections to the contract or the MOA, that we can contact them and let them know and address these issues the day of, if not sooner. And that way the process can move forward and we can get the president's signature and start working on these projects. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that recommendation, Ms. Cardenas. Definitely look into that. If there's no other comments, I can go back to the lineup. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Thank you for that, Speaker. I don't do that, all the panels. So thank you for your input and then your report. It kind of opens your mind to where you could think about, how we could all collaborate and to try to expedite some of these projects. How we could do that. Thinking about our people, the low-income people, and then the elderly that are out there, especially that some of these we're like, for myself, my community, they live in a restricted area, which is Hopi partition land and Navajo partition land. So we can't even really run power line, water line, just because of these fences that are in it. So it's really complicated to do that. We had to go through these intergovernmental relations that we had to do, which I don't think today or the next month is going to be resolved. It's been like that for a long time. But that nevertheless, you think about it here, how it's so easy to think about if you were outside the reservation. But my thing that I wanted to ask, the last question is, right now we're trying to think about the water from Lip to Dalcon. I understood that the attorneys is still going to be looking into that, what they mean by encumbered, and then maybe there's a word that we could use is incurred these fundings. Make sure they're being committed to that project. See if it can be, even though the deadline is just within several months, but we can encumber that and how we can do that. Each year we rely on the attorneys to do that. But my thing is that to do that, I think we need our projects that we're looking at, how can we make sure that these power lines or water lines that we're talking about to be on the project listing for us. So the reason why I'm looking at is that all the chapters, they're relying on the delegates to make sure this project is in that within that $600 million. So I'm thinking right now the chapter supporting that. So I might ask the Navajo Nation Department of Water Management, Jason Johns, are you going to be submitting your own project for this what you see, what is lacking. Maybe they're lacking on the engineer or the people that are with the clearance, like biological clearance. They go visit on that. Within that, a lot that if the BIA don't have funding and the personnel to do that, how can you coordinate that with them to see if you can maybe push that project somehow, because the chapter cannot do it by itself. But since you're working more and you're more dedicated to do that, are you going to do that even though the chapter supports you? But are you going to put in that effort or put in your own package for the $600 million as from the program of the Navajo Nation? That's my question to you. That's it.
Yeah, this is Jason. The work would be, a lot of this work's going to be contracted out. So I don't expect the need to hire more people. I mean, that would be nice, but just hiring people takes months. And we really don't have time for that. And if the MOAs, they already have templates, those are pretty straightforward. So we don't, at this time, I mean, for water resources, we wouldn't need necessarily to hire more people because a lot of it would be contracted out. What I don't know is what needs are there. I know everybody's talking about waiving requirements and waiving the need to get clearances and all that, but like Land Department, Fish and Wildlife, Historic Preservation Department, they would not have the staffing to do what is required by law if all these projects are placed upon them currently as it is. So I don't have the answer for that. There could be a huge backlog of these projects at various steps along the way, including at BIA. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Those critical answers that we're needing here. I don't have anybody else. Is anybody else wanting to speak right now?
Honorable Damon, this is Carletta Chief, University of Arizona.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Yes, to speak to Honorable Delegate Riquinez regarding the off-grid system, we are certainly available to provide a virtual tour. We can set that up to provide understanding of the systems with photos and diagrams and videos. And also I would like to have my colleague Bob Arnold speak in regards to the system itself, and have him talk about the unit specifically. Bob, could you do that right now?
Hello?
Yes. I'm not sure if he's still on the line, but I'll just conclude basically that we're happy to work with NTUA, IHS, and Navajo Water to discuss this further, if it's an option, if it's feasible regarding the off-unit system, and just want to move forward as it is appropriate to the experts on this call from Navajo Nation. that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's see. With that,
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
okay, go ahead, Madam Chair.
I just have a quick question. I know that there was the comment made about how NQA could work with NECA and they could pay them up front. My question, Speaker, is, and it just requires clarification, and maybe it does require Dana or maybe DOJ on this, but we did receive that presentation yesterday on all of the do's and don'ts of how we can spend this money. My understanding is that the deadline follows the money. So even if NQA were to contract with NECA or get an MOU in place with NECA, pay them up front, that money still has to be expended by December 30th. Is that correct? Again, the way that I understood it is the deadline follows the money. So in this situation, even if NQA were to pay out NECA ahead of time, and NECA had 2 or 3 years to finish out the project, they are still subject to spending that money by December 30th. Can I get clarification on that, Speaker?
I think that there was a couple of questions on that earlier in the call. I know that Jason John referred to an MOA, and there was a reference to NECA. So maybe Ms. Barbroff, if you want to reiterate some of the recommendations.
Yes, Speaker. Thank you very much. So as I'm right now looking through the Treasury guidance, so I can point you to an exact provision. But as Delegate Charles Newton mentioned in yesterday's presentation, it was specifically discussed that the Treasury has indicated that, no, you cannot pre-fund contracts with CARES funds. And so I would have to say that right now, the federal government, U.S. Treasury, has indicated that the dollars have to be spent. And encumbering in the dollars into a contract does not satisfy that. Dollars have to be out the door. What I am thinking is going to happen after this call, and I don't know if Mel or Jana from DOJ are on, or who from DOJ is on, but I have provided them the presentation given today, and myself has identified a number of, I believe, statements that in the presentation that are inconsistent with the Treasury guidance. Now, we can't expect the Water Department to be experts in the intricacies of the CARES requirements, but you can expect from DOJ or myself, or both of us, some type of memorandum back to both the council and to the water program about the fact that that does not appear to be an eligible expenditures. So I hope that answers the question, and I thank you, Delegate Charles Newton, Chairwoman Charles Newton, for bringing that up.
Thank you, Speaker.
There was also some other recommendations that Honorable Slater was looking at, and that recommendation we're going to be looking at towards too as well, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Other than that, I know there were some other of our colleagues that wanted to speak, but they're not on the line no more. So colleagues, anybody else? If not, we can continue on and go on to the next presenter.
Honorable Speaker, this is Crystal Tooley Cordova with the Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. So in regards to the recommendation by Delegate Slater regarding possibly looking at federal partnerships in order to get these projects done with regards to water infrastructure. So yes, the Army Corps does do construction for projects, but like us, they also have different hurdles that are associated with that. In getting a project done within the time frame that we have been talking over, being December 2020. And with that, they also have a legal review process that it takes a bit of time before an agreement is put into place. And that is the same with other federal partners that we could partner with, including the Bureau of Reclamation, who is currently helping build the Navajo Gallup and the Cutteralato regional systems. And so those are also things that are not within our control. I know we were talking about ways to be able to waive different policies and procedures that have been hurdles for us to expend money fast. But there are also things that are outside our control, including the policies and procedures that the federal partners have to abide by. And these are things, you know, that for them, I know they're very much sticklers to what they have in the rule books. And so those are also considerations that we need to consider during this time frame when we think about other people we might partner with to be able to build these infrastructure projects that we have in mind to complete.
Thank you for that information. It gives us some guidance too as well on what we can do. So I know that we have staff here that's taking notes, and we'll be working together with these outside resources or internal resources. So thank you. I don't have anybody else on the council. Anybody else want to do a closing statement or recommendation from not only the panel or anybody else that was on here that was recommending some suggestions or referencing some solutions?
Speaker, this is Rex. Real quickly, I'm trying to formulate my mind, trying to summarize the suggestions. A lot of great suggestions, and you know, I know there's several people, Paul Begay and others, who I support their sentiment that we have to find a short and direct path to moving forward, knowing that right now it is, as Dana Barbara said, that the December date is the date at the present moment. Now, there may be people negotiating, trying to change that view, but at the present moment, that's what it is. Honorable Walker mentioned in support of comments that we had made earlier that if we could define these projects into funded years of 2021, 23, it sets it up for, if that barrier is broken, then you have succeeding years. If it's not, you have a list of immediate projects that you feel you can execute in 2020. Those are projects that would be already designed and ready to go. You'd have to have some short process for clearance or the full waivers of those requirements. Then you could get to execution. Circling back to Honorable Charles Newton's question about the contracting and the MOA, that was presented as a way to shorten the process. The normal contracting process would take much longer to advertise, bid out, select, and move forward. The MOA is a shorter process. But even if you execute the MOA, which makes it more immediate to put a workforce to work, you know, using Navajo resources, meaning MECA, you still have to have a project that you can execute between now and December. If that barrier is broken and the end date becomes defined differently, then that vehicle is still there to execute other projects moving down the road. So my recommendation is to focus on what can be done in 2020 by December and try to use those avenues that were presented that are as short as possible to get to an expenditure time frame. That's just my understanding of the input from everybody. I'm trying to create a strategy to attack it in the immediate and then also have a backup plan in the event that it does open up for a longer term.
Yep. Great. That is a great suggestion, and that goes back to what Vice Chair Walker was referring to in the beginning, Mr. Kuntz. I think that the more important thing was to break it down, what can be done by end of year 20. What is an immediate aspect and immediate area of what really means shovel ready, what can be done in 2021 if there's a possibility, if there is an extension, and then if things in the future, 2022 out there, if there's that possibility, if we can state that there's an encumbrance, if we can change that, whether that be a congressional level change, if that's needing what it's going to be. As again, Honorable Brown stated earlier, that's what the Speaker's office, working with the delegates and working together with our federal partners, are trying to do right now. More importantly, though, but if that's something you can do, Jason, working together with Mr. Kuntz and Mr. McDonald, that would be something that'd be great to come back to the council and say that if we can't get anything completed, or if we can't get an extension, what is a possibility? What current projects on your listing that you have there, out of everything that you presented this morning, what can we currently do if we get this thing done and passed by the middle of June, and it gives you the green light to start setting up those accounts and start setting up everything and getting it ready to go? Is that something that you could, how long do you think that might take you, Jason, to formulate that from your presentation this morning?
Yeah, we'll have to talk about it with IHS and NTUA. You know, just earlier, Dave McDonald stated that they really don't have anything on their SDS list that is shovel ready. So that you almost exclude all of the water to home projects. So it doesn't look good right now. But we'll have to discuss it and just get back to you.
Okay. Again, that's just we will be working on our side. I guarantee you that. I will be working the phones and advocating to making sure that Washington, D.C. and our federal partners know that these are the challenges that we have, and working together with other Indian tribes to help advocate and making sure that some of these initiatives and some of these provisional congressional acts, these just simple words, mean a lot. And if we can get some of these simple words changed over, we definitely can get something going. I know that there's not only our nation, but there's other individuals that are asking for amendments in the CARES Act. So I do believe that there is a huge chance that we can get something going. But in the meantime, we will be discussing this. This is something that is in the forefront. But if there is a breakdown that you can maintain, just like how you did in the past, working with Mr. McDonald and working with Rex, Jason, I know that you guys made a great chart on the projects that can be done over a 2 to 3, or even when you did the permanent trust fund 5-year plan, over a 5-year plan. If we can get something like that in place, I mean, that's something that will give my colleagues an overall view, especially as you indicated, a better breakdown on the SDS projects, a better breakdown on some of the bigger picture projects that are going to cost more funding, which I do mean is like the bigger trunk lines, the longer trunk lines, and some of the intentions to really build out some of the wastewater projects too as well.
Mr. Speaker, David McDonald, I definitely would be very happy to meet with Jason and Rex and the other water stakeholders in brainstorming. Maybe we need to think outside the box for if we really are going to be held to a 2020 deadline. There may be other things that traditionally we don't do, are not factored into SDS, because SDS, the goal there is to get water and sewer for every home. But Jason in his opening remarks talked about water hauling. I talked a little bit about these temporary watering points at chapter houses, and we know there are many people that have cisterns and they have to haul water to those cisterns. That perhaps there's some other ideas we haven't thought about, and I'm speaking kind of right off the cuff here. Of perhaps I know one of the problems with the water hauling program previously was getting those tanker trucks to drive to these very tough to reach homes, especially in the wintertime when the roads are in bad shape. And so I think that program didn't survive because of the logistics in driving to so many very remote homes. And some ideas come to mind that perhaps we need to provide water tanks, that maybe these tankers can haul water to a water storage tank for people to reduce the amount of travel time that they have to go to haul water from. So I'm very open to the idea of thinking outside the box, and maybe we can come up with some good ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, for you setting up those goals, and making sure that there's something that we can come back and retract to. And maybe, I don't know how long it might take, but we can put you back on the agenda next week. Jason, can you just let me know how much time you might be needing, and then we can go from there.
Yeah, we should know something by the middle of next week.
Okay, all right. Great. Well, I can put you on the agenda either on Thursday or Friday. We can adjust that time frame and adjust the scheduling just to make sure, because as indicated from every one of my colleagues right now, well, a majority of the colleagues that were on the line indicated that water was the number one thing that their constituents are talking about, number one thing that the public was talking about, as you indicated to yourself, Mr. John, that the media is talking about. It's the number one thing that public comments were coming in on the legislation 0115-20. And this is something I think is, no matter what, we still need to push forward, because this is a priority for the people. And this is a priority for this pandemic in order to fight it back. So thank you again for being on the line today, gentlemen, and to Ms. Garnez, thank you for your efforts too there at Water Management Branch. You and Jason do great work. Other than that, I don't have anybody else on the line. We can continue on. I know that we did hear from IHS, Water Resources, NTUA. Next one I think we're going to be talking about is the Western Pipeline. I don't know if you want to stay on. I know Mr. Chuck Howe is the one that's been working on that. Him and his group out there to really try to get things organized. And I do believe that he did have that number on there, but I think they wanted to go into a more of a brief overview or a descriptive overview on the recommendations for the Naabik'iyati project, the initial Naabik'iyati project. I think that's what you called it, Mr. John. So again, thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Thank you, Mr. Kuntz. But you're more than welcome to stay online with us through the rest of the presentation. We do have the Western Pipeline project. on now, and then on to, I guess, if there's anything else the University of Arizona wants to present, we can move forward on that too as well. With that, Western Pipeline Project.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, delegates and other participants. As is made fairly obvious with all the discussion and the details provided by Jason, Rex, and David, as well as Mr. Shabala, there's definitely a lot of overlap. Just to give everybody a little bit of background, the portion of the Western Navajo Pipeline project that I'm involved with is, in addition to being in the technical advisory group that Jason and Rex have both mentioned, the Antelope Canyon area, Antelope Canyon corridor for development. Basically, the way that started was that 5 of the Navajo-owned tour companies in Antelope Canyon, in addition to the tribal parks, basically come together to fund the preliminary design to help distribution with
Mr. Howe.
Canyon area. Basic, yeah.
Mr. Howe, hold on real quick. Somebody that's driving, or can you please make sure to have your phones on mute? There's a lot of background noise in the back.
Somebody went to sleep.
Somebody is driving. Please put your phones on mute. Hold on, let me have staff mute those individuals. Go ahead, Mr. Howe.
That sounds better. Thank you. As I mentioned, the 5 tour companies, in addition to participation with tribal parks, has pooled funding to prepare the preliminary design for water distribution, primarily within the economic development corridor. That will also provide opportunity for, as was discussed earlier with IHS, specifically through OEH, in addition to working with the chapter to provide water distribution to the existing homesteads in the area, or home site lease holders that don't currently have water. So this will be community-based water system operated by NTUA. We've been in a lot of discussions with NTUA over the last couple of years, and the companies representing and participating financially in this project support a Navajo-owned, operated, and constructed water system. As has been discussed in a number of the TAG meetings, City of Page is currently operating and providing water to the community of Lachee, but there's definitely been some issues, and as has been echoed a number of times, the ability to be able to utilize the NGS intakes, develop a water treatment system and distribution that would be operated by NTUA is our preference. With respect to current status, obviously everybody knows the tribal parks are shut down along with all the other government offices. So obviously the 5 companies impacted significantly are in a holding pattern. Most of the companies have current plans and or contracts in place to begin construction of expansion facilities for each of their own business site leases. Obviously the impacts currently are significant just from a loss of revenue, in addition to delay in being able to realize their investments as a business revenue. Water is a significant part of their ability to be able to operate as proper businesses. And again, the investment in this infrastructure also provides future connections for the homes in the area that are not currently connected to any kind of municipal water system, be it from Page or anywhere else. As referenced back in November was the last budget update. And this is information that, in concert with Jason, with respect to water management branch. And Jason, feel free to jump in if I'm misrepresenting anything or missing anything. From the standpoint of the combined shortfall for the Western Navajo pipeline, which includes the Antelope Canyon corridor, is right at 56 million and some change, which is represented on the spreadsheet that was provided this morning. We are continuing to work through the design with our engineering firm, Brown and Caldwell, on that project to revise those cost estimates, get the engineering estimates tighter. We are, to say, probably 20 to 30% design at this point. And that would also include reference to any kind of sanitation or sewage treatment that's represented there as well within the company. Again, the virus has had tremendous impacts on the businesses and on obviously the people in the communities as everywhere else on the reservation. The other element that I wanted to touch on, I'm not sure if Brian Cole has rejoined the call. He's operating the Navajo Thaw program. We did have some discussions with him earlier in the week from the standpoint of, obviously it's outside the Naabik'iyati area, but from the standpoint of as the Western Navajo pipeline impacts the Navajo Thaw effort. And I know Mr. Cole had submitted a short list of projects to OPVP as far as the immediate needs. Those were consistent with efforts that were identified in the regional plan prepared under water management branches effort several years ago. Again, everything that was mentioned earlier between Jason, Rex, and David, as well as Rudy, right in concert with everything that we see and where we're headed. Obviously, we want to see things continue to move forward. We are not shovel ready for the waterline project that's being proposed for Antelope Canyon either. And obviously very unfortunate with the possible timelines that have been attached to the $600 million in funding. There are certainly a lot of different creative ways to deal with how to get there. Certainly the most current and accurate interpretation as to limitations on the funds are certainly forefront in my mind as far as how to creatively move forward and still compliant with all the regulations, et cetera. I can't think of anything else at this point. Certainly entertain any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Howe, we did send out that information too. So colleagues, Melinda Arvizo Siaco sent out the information on the Western, a more descriptive outline and budget and recommendations on what that pipeline is going to be looking at. There's actual, I think there's a layout, a map too as well. I don't know if you want to go over that, Chuck.
Certainly. With that information, the first page on the right-hand column is a summary of the individual segments by cost. And again, a lot of these numbers were generated by effort initiated by Jason John's group and Robert Kirk as well, Underwater Management Branch. But certainly refer to Jason if he's on the line, if he wants to go into any other detail on that. But the segment between the NGS intake and a water treatment plant, part of the larger project from the treatment plant in and around the Canyon area, is the piece that I'm more directly related to and project manager for, reflected on the figures. And obviously without people that don't have it in front of them, it's not going to be, that would be easy to explain, and I don't want to go into all the details of it, but again, I'd entertain any questions there.
So but this is this Western Navajo pipeline, the phase one, I guess what was called the Lachi area, is that there is already dollars that have been identified, correct, to help.
Yes.
But there is a shortfall. I don't know if you can explain how much that shortfall is, or how much money has already been set aside for this project.
And again, some of the reasons for the shortfall, as Jason touched on before, from the standpoint that there were budgetary numbers pulled together when projects were at a very, very conceptual level. And obviously, as we continue on through the engineering design phase, those numbers get more refined and more accurate. And that's, as I understand it, the result of some of the shortfalls as a result of this. So from the standpoint of looking through under the cost column for specifically for the Western Navajo pipeline, the cost estimate of $43,160,000. In addition to the engineering and the operating budget, as Mr. Kuntz has mentioned, excuse me, previously during the discussions, from the standpoint of initiating and getting a system under startup and subsidizing that operational budget to keep things moving until there is a generated revenue from the standpoint of being able to collect the utility revenues to continue to operate and have a long-term operating budget. So again, the construction estimate of $33,679,000. Then moving on to the Antelope Canyon developers portion, the current cost estimate of $30,851,000, with addition to the engineering, over $5 million for total construction. So in addition to the construction of $25,537,000. And I don't have the sheet in front of me as far as the program numbers that come from Jason's shop, as far as where the actual what was programmed and what's and where those program amounts come from. The other piece that was added into the sheet is the reference under the Antelope Marina portion. That is $8,540,000. That is a piece basically that would run from State Route 98, which is the highway that crosses over Antelope Canyon, right where most tour operations occur. Then I don't recall off the top of my head the number of miles up the road, but up to Antelope Point Marina, provide a more reliable quantity and quality water source for the marina. And again, that's an anticipated line. Looks like it was referenced as 22,000 linear feet. So the about just short of 5 miles in length. And so again, that was including the total cost estimate of $5 million. So in general, the total cost for these segments under this current phase is reflected on this sheet: $82,551,000, with the current shortfall of $56,511,000. And again, this was based on numbers run as of November, which are currently still in refinement and under design.
Is that it then, Mr. Al?
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you then. I don't know if anybody else wants to add on to that. If not, I can go on to the floor if there's any comments, questions. Hear any comments or questions?
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Vice Chair Smith.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is talking about the Western Water Project and how we're going to prioritize various projects. Is this one of the number one, number two, number three? And also, is this shovel ready? I'm not against any water projects, just to get an understanding of how we're going to do this, because we did that for the citizen, and it was opened up for each delegate to say that they wanted water projects in their area, and water is needed. Of course, the Navajo Nation is in dire need. I want to thank the $600 million that was appropriated, and we're still waiting for the other 40% of the CARES Act. So, Speaker, that's my question. I don't know who can answer that. And I'm sure I have a couple other questions as I sit here still listening. Thank you, Speaker.
Just to answer your question, that
Hello, can you hear me?
oh, shoot.
Yeah, I think
Sorry,
we
I
lost
was
him.
no, sorry, I was talking on. I thought it was on, but I was on mute the whole time. Sorry. The recommendations will be coming down, Vice Chair Smith, again from the experts, as we heard from this morning. Their top priorities are what was given to you, and this is just additional information that was presented from this morning. And the reason why this was additional information is that this is one of the, I guess, regional top priorities for Western Agency, just for the fact that this is a spear point off from what Navajo Generating Station has left, and they're needing to move on this as quickly as possible in order for that to be hooked up with the water pumps that NGS has left behind. This is also an economic development and tourism huge component that they have been that everybody's been talking about, the different meetings regarding economic development, and that's the reason why they just want to expand more on this. But if you go back to the original handout from this morning, those are the recommendations. That's the recommendations that right now of what is put forward from the SDS projects, the IHS has given, from the water management branch, what they have been given, and then also what NTUA has given. So the overall view of what is recommended, if we were going to put something together, even if it was from matching funds from CARES Act and matching funds from the next permanent trust fund 5-year plan, or dollars additional funding from CSN. The overall goal right now is just to say, I'm trying to let you listen to understand what they're recommending to us. And out of these discussions, I think this is one of the best discussions this morning. Is we need to make sure that we follow up with our congressional leaders in advocating that we need more time, or they need to make sure that they put some language in there that can make sure that we can encumber these projects. And if we can encumber them, that's when I heard from all 3 of the expert leaders this morning that said that if that's possible, then they can expand it. Then they can roll out different options on what is available. So I think the overall goal right now is to listen to what they have to say. They're going to come back and present on a couple of different options next week. And those couple of options are, if we can't get an expansion, then these are the projects that are only going to be available. These are the only ones that we can do by December 30th. And that's the ones that we're going to have to take if we take them on. if there's no explanation for any kind of extension or any kind of moving forward on dollars recognition to be encumbered, then the overall goal we sent back just a little while ago that Mr. John, Mr. Kuntz, and Mr. McDonald accepted is to look at those lists, look at that list that they developed this morning and say that, okay, if we cannot, if there is absolutely no path moving forward and we need to make sure and get a closeout to the Treasury by the 30th, these are the only projects that we can do. If we can't, then they're going to come back with a chart recognizing that these are the projects that we can do over a time period, whether we're moving into 2021, even into 2022. But that's, again, it's up to the advocacy of the council. It's up to the advocacy of the leadership in order for us to make sure that we can get that completed. So, Vice Chair Smith, this is something I can say is a priority. If you ask Paul Begay, this is his priority. This is his number one priority. And you, I think your priority is Q 48 or 98, but they're in white ruins. So the overall goal is that I'm trying to make you, to all our colleagues, to understand where and what kind of projects are out there, what is available, what isn't available, what can be done if the deadline is imposed, what can be done if we do get an extension. So I hope that kind of helps, Vice Chair Smith. We're just trying to hear, and this was just one of the projects that was expanded on, because this is one of the ones that Western Agency has been working together collectively to try to get this completed.
Thank you, Speaker. Rudy Zabala. Asasi Jinigi Anna Kafish Ando Aro and the NTUA that Rex Kuntz Jason John Water Department. Aro IHS Aro Yat Adea and Kistasta Nas Adia da Hahoya Aro Ocean Go Yat Diego Topa Hintido Diego Topa Hinti Aro Saea Ninanish Sado do Hatado Le the Queen Heta named Ashi Ni with the Aro Jean with in the 80 December 31st a person Hatchet Aro Ash a Chito Apo Hat Ara Dahas oh he's got Bahonet Ashi Daya in Saban Tastis Aro as far as Ashnan Ipeshbas and Paul Begay, if you can get a hold of myself, Jason, about that particular windmill by NCF and aid, we can fix that. We can have that fixed. And we have been doing it where there's windmills that are broken down. Water Resources has been going out there and working with a small crew because of the health risk of COVID-19. They have been repairing at least 2 to 3 windmills a week, and but that's what is happening. And Adoshi Hashina Jasto and Jasto based also a would lish oya say oya of head ponto aro at the nani clean Hashini Eshi Pasta ini Aro Hashit Eshi Ahna Biga Hanan and Love Tahani. A quick we have to have water and we need water. Aro, I just want to remind us all that I'm glad we're going to meet again next week because the president of the Navajo Nation, he has some very strong ideas, as we all know, and out of the executive branch. So, with Department of Water Resources, we will put together a package. Jonathan Nesney got as far as for legislation regarding this $600 million. To homes that don't have running water. John got the deed. Yeah, it does. So, yeah, Santa Sato, Aro Shahani, Kato, Ashin, Kato, Nashito, Nahat at the best and Nash. I don't know, Sosan, the Hashin, so ain't half the luck with the Navajo Division of Natural Resources, so Navajo Department of Water Resources. So, so I don't ani what at hope the hoye do ani the basa ini no ni tha thon da ni do ni thui lo de dan da ni stuff na pasa ta tho ata yi to le e kha de ni do e ba e de chi do e be case so I don't need it'll happen. It won't take years. I don't think it'll take years. Seen it happen, 2 to 3 windmills a week that are getting repaired by the crews from Department of Water Resources. They're worried and about their health, and the danger of contracting COVID-19 is very real. And every day the numbers are climbing among the Navajo people, the number of positive infections. There's a lot of recovery too. So it's really impacted our economy, our government, all the way to the home level. And many of us, we live with our parents, and we live with our grandparents, and we're taught ever since we were toddlers to respect and look up and take care of our parents and grandparents. We run into a positive situation, we end up bringing it home, and we take it to amongst our whole family. Now we're as the Navajo Nation, we have a pretty high rate of positive tested people that with COVID-19. But we will overcome it. The $600 million is directly because of COVID-19. That's why we have this resource now that we're discussing and what we will do with it. And so I'm very grateful and grateful for this and for all of us here and all of you at this table. Thank you very, very much.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Shabala, for that overview again. Colleagues, any more questions, comments?
Delegate Paul Begay. Sure.
Honorable Paul Begay, go ahead.
Thank you again. Thank you for the presentation. Antelope Flat Canyon area seems to be the concentration for the water development, as reported a while ago, and identified as the Chi Water Line or the Chi Water Project. I'm hoping I'm not getting confused between that and the Western Water Line. It does sound like there's connection between the Western Water Line and the Chi Water. hoping that it has one name so I don't get confused. There's also different players that I have not heard before that are now with the project. Navajo Saw, Ryan Cole. I want to see how they all fit in. Haven't been to one of their meetings again yet, but hopefully somebody will tell me how all these people fit in to the puzzle of Western Navajo Western pipeline. That's my only concern. Like I said, I'm hoping that this presentation earlier by the gentleman from Santo is reflecting the whole Western Navajo waterline project. The phone number, so write down the list or the number gets you to windmill, the number the engine of course, the number the not 809 kilo B. Ton of fun. The B no fun. Phone number 928-660-3480. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. Yes.
Okay. Thomas Walker.
Okay. Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Thank you, again for time given to me to speak. Again, I'll be brief. As mentioned by my Nali Albigay, priorities are a number of priorities. Some of them seem to overlap. They're big projects and initiatives that started years ago and then they continue. So somehow those projects and those initiatives kind of seem to come more clearly into focus as we're talking about funding that we received and funding that we could use, certainly. So given that, I want to also just say that the Western Navajo Pipeline Project is very important to all those communities out west of our reservation. So, of course, you know, I represent coal mine, all Cameron chapters. So, they would be direct beneficiaries of such a project. So, as somebody said, this is Paul Brigade's priority. Well, on the southern end, it's my priority as well. Just to say that, on behalf of my constituents, of course, the Loop, Bird Springs, Delcon water project, also that water transmission project is a priority. It's been a priority for a number of years and will continue. Ada, just to put it out there, you know, that we have these priorities. They're big priorities. And then, of course, we see it concerns priorities where it concerns water. Giving water to a family that has no running water for health and for their protection. We need to keep that in view. We need to keep that in mind all the time. How can we do some of that and yet still at the same time focus on these huge water projects? So that's a challenge for leadership, the executive branch leadership. The elected officials from these communities, we advocate and we have to be steadfast in our advocacy for water. I like it when somebody said water is medicine. Right now, that's
That's exactly what it is. Yes, we can say industry, economic development, livestock farming, but bottom line, for humans, it is the sort of the antidote. It is the medicine. It is the solution. So something that important. We need to keep moving forward. I wanted to voice those comments today, this afternoon. Although I also wanted to mention that Arizona Department of Emergency Management recently provided a 5,000-gallon water storage tank over in West Delaney Lake in a small area called Black Falls Community. Through the Arizona National Guard, that water tank was transported there. It was placed there, and then there was a water supplier, a vendor that came by and refilled the water tank for local residents that don't have running water. So our recent contact with the Department of Emergency Management of Arizona, they indicated that it's time to pick up that water storage tank June 1st. So it only lasted a few weeks, and it's like giving us water supplies that really addresses some of the immediate needs now. Because of some timeline, then that water tank will be picked up and transported out of our area again, and we're back to no water. I'm not sure how that arrangement was made with Navajo Nation. I was informed by Division of Community to write a letter to that effect several weeks ago, and I did, and then it did happen. Then that short-lived that assistance with water, a supply of water. It's short-lived. I'm concerned there. Rudy Shabala, Dr. Shabala, that's something yes. Just what non I don't know. I need to go. Then I'll include Dr. Yellowman as well. Keep that water tank there for the time being, maybe for the summer, and keep the supplier, providing water, because it's a great service. So if Arizona can do something like that, then no doubt Navajo Nation could do some watering points like that immediately. But Joe Queenston, it is just in the form of encouragement and some optimism here. I want to just voice that there. Lastly, again, I want to contact Dr. Bala about the agricultural, reviving our agricultural traditions. Food is also medicine. So we know that Navajo-grown produce has no dollar value unless you're, doing farmers market, alongside roads, or a flea market. The informal economy. So the Navajo farmers that grow produce can't even sell their produce to bashes, or can't even offer it to nearby because of the certification that's not there. The food certification inspection process internally, and so you have some very powerful thoughts and words and energy focused on resolving some problems of today. Problems are great. Every problem, they're taking lives. We need to stand up and be just as determined there are a lot of ways to, I just say what I'm saying, but I'll just leave it at that. What's the other speaker? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. Elmer Brigade, go ahead.
Speaker Damon, thank you for that again. And all the people that the panels that talked this morning and up to now. I don't know that all the listeners too. I want to say that we all say that water is life. That's what the Navajo people always had that in mind. So within all our ceremonies, there's part of it is there's water. There's always going to be any kind of a ceremony you can have, or a talk. They always say that is the cost. Always say that they put the water here, and you always can be a fireplace. Always can be a poker light stick. If 100 people with me, this when they start their ceremony. It's when they start their thinking process, and their planning process starts with that. So with that, everyone just get there. We should, as Navajo people, we should start something like that again. That's how we should put our thoughts together, utilizing that water. Like that, Mr. Speaker, what I wanted to request is maybe if we could get together with or some of the delegates that are willing to participate, to have to get some of these offerings done. Maybe reach out to some of these coffees that are out there. They want to have their input in it. They want to be part of it. This discussion and then the planning. They're out there. They're available. That's what they say to me. And where I'm from, this is always like that. I still have some elderly that still talk to me. Said that we want part of it. Maybe if you can have a chance, maybe say something about this water. Maybe say something about that. That we want involvement. So maybe we can keep that discussion going. Maybe do something often during the summer. Right now, it's getting to where we need some rain. I think we need to do that. That's one part. The second one is maybe I'll talk to Mr. Coates, then from NPA. Maybe we can start thinking about is how we can improve the water system here in Delcon, and how we could do that. It'll be a lot easier to get water from there. Sometimes during that time, there's 3 times that we saw that during the lockdown, there was no water here. It was so hard to do. We still, even though we say there's lockdown, people have to start looking for other water sources, rather go down to Loop, and then we had to go down to Birchton to get water. So then we had to go down to these natural springs. So I think we need to improve more the water system. Maybe we could hook on to all the water systems to all these chapters, like the way we can have these, like using the court. Maybe we don't need that court. Maybe there's something that we can upgrade it with it, which could be more convenient for the Navajo people. That's what I wanted to maybe my input for the watering points that we have. That's what I wanted to end my message, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brigade. I don't know, if there's anybody that wants to respond to, I think, Honorable Vice Chair Walker's question for Western, but more importantly, possibilities, I guess. I don't know if Jason's on, or I know that you were talking about expanding water hauling across the nation, and I think that was more of a question that could have been posed to you. I don't know if you're still on, Jason.
Yes, I'm still here.
And I don't know if that was something that still can be done. I know that you said that I guess Vice Chair Walker's more question is the possibilities of having more of hauling water delivery sites, potable water across the nation. And I think that was something that was referenced in your presentation. And I do believe there was a rough estimate of about $7 million, but that was just a rough estimate because there's going to be additional services that are be needed, especially more personnel to operate something new of that site, maybe underwater management branch.
Yes, in the report there was a couple of things. One was a short paragraph about what's happening right now with the CDC and IHS through the Water Access Coordination Group. They have went to all the chapters of the Navajo Nation and looked at the access to clean drinking water. If people have to haul water, where can they get it from? And they have completed those surveys, and they have come up with a list of the status of all of these watering points that have drinking water available, whether they were in working condition or whether they were closed. If they were closed for COVID, if they are closed because they're in need of repairs, which chapters were lacking watering points. And so out of all of that, they're going to develop a list of projects. And that list is, I think it's complete today. And they're going to be issuing a memorandum of understanding through IHS to repair and build those rebuild watering stations at select locations based on including the number of COVID infections in communities. And they have to do this in close coordination with all the chapters as well, that where the work's going to happen. And typically it would take about 2 to 3 months to get an MOA signed with IHS through the 164. But they want it signed in like 2 days next week. So I've been trying to mobilize folks, the 164 reviewers, mainly within the Division of Natural Resources, to get ready for the MOA that's coming. And so we could try to get that signed by the president within a couple days next week. So that's one thing, is that trying to create access to drinking water in various locations across the Navajo Nation, and that will be happening in June. The other I forget what the other question was about.
This is Rex. Let me add a little bit to that. There's
Okay, go ahead, Rex.
There's a real quick way of just providing access, but it's kind of manual. And that I think Delegate Daniel So had mentioned frost-free hydrant, and that's basically what NECA is going to be doing in this agreement, is just installing those so that people have access to a tap where they can fill up their personal containers at those locations. So that's a very quick way of just getting an access point where you can get potable water. Everybody's kind of looked at that real quickly, reviewed the standard, and approved it. And NECA's already geared up and ready to go. They just need the green light with this agreement. So IHS needed to have the MOA as the vehicle for them to move their money and move their approval. So that's what Jason's describing. There's also 5 other watering stations that N2A is working on, and I'll kind of use that to lead into Delegate Elmer Begay's question on his area. He mentioned going to Loop to get water from Delcon. That Loop watering point was in disrepair, not working, and NTOA repaired it and got it running again just a few weeks ago. So that was something that was an immediate response, and we are working on another one right now. We've got 6 total that we're going to fix, and we found the funding to do that. I think NHA is participating, and we have another sponsor, and we're doing all the design and labor work. And we're also got a water treatment plant in Lower Greasewood, which is the main source from there all the way to Delcon. That's under construction right now. There's a series of wells there that were piped in succession. So when one well came on, it was pumping full bore. When another well came on, the first one actually pumped against the second one. So you'd only get half capacity out of it. So the project is separating those so that all 3 wells can pump full capacity into it. There'll also be an intertie to the north back to cornfields and into the Venado steamboat system. And a new well was also drilled there that's adding more source to that region. And then on the western side, you have that loop, the Delcon line that was mentioned earlier. That's to create a second redundant source from the western side, so you have feed for that region from both directions. So those are all part of bigger plans, and some of them are already in the works and will be completed. Since they're already in the works and they're being done right now, I don't know if those can be things that could be recovered in cost as well, since it's occurring within the time frame. This is something to consider. But there is projects that are going on right now that are moving, trying to resolve some of these issues.
Thank you, Rex, for that follow-up, and thank you, Jason, again for still being online. Both of you into your expertise in all these questions. Again, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the line right now, but let me just do a recap. What I have heard today is a lot of explanation. One, more importantly, is a rollout of the recommendation from all 3 of the main organizations who have and are currently working on numerous different water projects, infrastructure projects across the nation. The second is that looking towards identifying realistic goals. And what I mean by that is realistically, there's 2 different directions. One of them is having the expenditures completed by the 20th of December, actually the 30th of December, with full dollars out of the controller's office, everything closed, ready to be closed out. 2 is that with that on the option 2, I guess, would be us as advocating to making sure that there be an extensive, either an extensive ability to change some of the regulations on the CARES funds, if that needs a congressional act or not, or if it just needs a direct response from the Treasury. 2 is moving forward on that, is advocating to meet those requirements so that all 3 of these entities, again, will put more of a immediate shortcomings in the future, and then a long-term effect of projects that have been presented here today. So in doing that, there's 2 different paths that we're working at. Both of those paths are going to be coming back next week, presented. It seems like Mr. McDonald indicated he can start working immediately with both Mr. Kuntz and then Mr. John. And it seems like they can probably have something together back to Naabik'iyati committee by next Thursday or Friday. And we can work with them, and we'll wait for them and making sure that they can have those recommendations moving back. On this side, I think the individuals with the Office of actually the Land Department and Mr. Rudy Shabala for taking your team and making sure that listening to some of the internal articulate suggestions on ways that we can either do some waivers or making sure that there's possibly some solutions through possible legislation. If some of those legislations, as indicated, are currently in the works or something that's currently moving forward, we will be having a specific day on recommendations, and I look forward to Mr. Halona being there, you and your staff from the GLAD department too as well, individuals from EPA, individuals from the Controller's Office, CPND, ASC, so everyone that has a direct access to making sure that we can cut more red tape and trying to find a faster solution for making sure that these projects become a reality. So that date is going to be on June 3rd, Mr. Shabala, so you and your team can be ready for that. We have started reaching out to individuals. It might be a day session, but that's something that's critical in order for us to go ahead and making sure that we can have follow-ups on that. So again, colleagues, the recommendations have been given today from all three departments, including a more extensive look at the Western Pipeline project. So we can look forward to a follow-up discussion and making sure that we really understand the ins and outs of what is that can become a reality if we can't get an extension, and if we can get an extension, more of a 2 to 3 year approach on some of these recommendations that have been presented this morning on these infrastructure projects. So with that, colleagues, I just gave a recap and moving forward. If there's other suggestions or any other questions, now's the time to ask, as these individuals are here today to answer your questions.
Speaker, just real quick on a question here to Jason John.
Vice Chair Smith, and then Madam Chair Naabik'iyati. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Well, thank you. This memo was written from Brown and Caldwell, November 13, 2019. And the subject is the Western Pipeline, Navajo Pipeline, and Antelope Canyon. And it's a cost estimate. The reason why I'm asking that question is because this firm here, or this construction firm, project manager, is looking at doing business with the Navajo Nation. He's got the low, mid, and high. And in there it says $17.8 million spread between the low and high accounts. So this was done before the pandemic was declared over here in the United States, November 13th. And my question to Jason is, something like this, is it still in place? Because when they usually give an estimate, they do a 90-day, 30 days, 60 days, or whatever time frame. And I was trying to look for something in that aspect of that. And if they do get the award here to do this project, which sounds like it's a doable project, which I'm in favor of. All water projects I'm in favor of, don't get me wrong. But that's my question to Jason John on this. I don't see the attachments A, B, C, or D. Maybe that's with the attachments that was given by Melinda Reviso. I was trying to put A and B, C, and D together on behalf of this memo. I just need to be highlighted on this. I'm not wanting the parameters of how this was developed or what's going on. Just want to get a highlight on this from Mr. Jason John. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Before I go back to you, Mr. John, let me go on down to Madam Chair Crotty, and then I'll come back to whoever the questions will be poised to. So that, Madam Chair Karate, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. I appreciate the report. We've been, I think we're going on now the 6th hour of this report. What I'm not seeing, Jason and your team, is I understand that the Western Pipeline was probably the project most prepared already in terms of priority. I'll need the most updated information on the other water line projects that are scattered throughout Navajo Nation, and in terms of how those projects are being prioritized. My concern, Speaker, and my colleagues, is if we just focus on the pipeline, then we're excluding other community members that that need access and maybe have an opportunity to get water connected. And I'm looking at communities that are in the northern area. I know like Burnham chapter has a challenge getting water, and I'm looking at other areas where, but I guess what I'm saying is I'm concerned that the only documents that were provided for this report were the Western Pipeline, when we should be looking at all Navajo Nation water projects. Thank you.
I could answer that partially. This is Dr. Shabala again.
Okay, let's go back. Go ahead.
Speaker.
Go ahead. Mr. Shabala.
Yes, there's the conversation is focusing on the Western Pipeline, and that's good. I mean, we want water to go out toward Badaway, Tuba City, and it's a very good plan. It's sound, and Otto, this today's Naabik'iyati, today's meeting is actually brought that out a lot about, brought that out a lot. Hindi to ede yata to ede bendel nista. Ado sanan Delegate Amber Crotty bayan jito the Gallup Water Supply Line, Navajo Gallup Water Pipeline. Edo yata nido hot ada and actually it's been about a year ago. I sat with Rex Kuntz and we talked about different ways of bringing water out for storage from that pipeline, and they're very sound. And one of them was to create a reservoir there at Sanasti, Twahalin, Ajin, that area, for storage of water, also for recreation, for boating, and Rex Kuntz from NTUA. And Water Resources was just out there at Shiprock and Hogback to get the water out to the farmers. We're pretty much scattered all over, and we're also talking about, and it wasn't presented because I came in from the side. I was notified to attend, but we're also talking about bringing water from Sachi'i along the railway towards Konali and Shantu, and that was not mentioned either. So it's not that we're just concentrating on the Western Pipeline. The Koshi, Ben Hen, the Hatsdigo, a Koshi, I think in the Department of Water Resources.
All right, any response to Vice Chair Smith's question?
Yeah, this is Jason. We already have a engineering firm under contract, and that's Brown and Caldwell, and they've been putting together this material for information as we've been going through the planning and now starting the design process. And the Western Navajo project, and this is called Phase 1, the entire Western Navajo project is looking at a pipeline that gets as far as Tuba City and gets water to Cameron as well. but the council appropriated just under 25 million in 2016 from the Citizen and Permanent Trust Fund to do this work. And at that time, in January and April of 2016, we were in line to continue working with the city of Page. And we thought that the phase one was just to upgrade the existing intertie to the city of Page to Lachee. That's where the cost came from. Later in 2016, later in the year, we all found out that NGS was going to shut down. And then in 2017, we had the negotiation with SRP and the other owners of NGS on the shutdown of NGS. Also during that time, there was a decision to move away from City of Page to the option of utilizing the NGS intake. And once we made that move, the costs have gone up. And that's why you see currently a shortfall of between 38 and 56 million. And so we have an engineering firm under contract. They're looking at the design right now. They will complete the design, and because of the other companies who want to get onto this project, they have also hired Brown and Caldwell to be their engineer as well, so that there's not multiple engineering firms working on this project. So that they will create the document all the way to bid out the work. They will create the bid document, bid it out for construction, and then it will go out for bid to be constructed, not this year and maybe sometime next year if things go well. But that's the process right now for that. And we can email out the differences between the $38 million shortfall and the $56 million shortfall. All of that information can be provided in terms of that. And as Dr. Shabala noted, we're not trying to create preference for projects in this presentation. This discussion today was mainly about process and the kinds of projects that could be on the table for an expenditure plan. But we wanted to mainly focus on the types of projects, some cost estimates that are currently floating out there for these types of projects, and what the process would look like to actually spend these monies if they are selected to go forward. Because we just don't have the time to go into depth on all of these projects today. That maybe help with some of the clarity.
Thank you, Jason. With that, colleagues, any further questions?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So.
I had a question. I don't know who can, maybe Barbara knows. Barbara, Dana. The tribes are funded under the Title 16. Agricultural programs are funded under the Division B, Title 1. On May 7, 20, Senator John Kennedy introduced legislation 360B, amending CARES Act to provide flexibility in use of funds by the state, Indian tribes, and municipals. They need to applied directly under the Ag Department of Ag. What it can be done to assign that legislation supporting the 360. But it hasn't been passed by the Senate or the House. It was referred to the Appropriation Act. I think it's still there. I don't know if Dana knows more about it.
Ms. Barbara, are you on the line? Ms. Barbara. Ms. Khan?
I am here, Mr. Speaker and delegate. There, I do not know that particular legislation that is being referred to. I'm sorry, I cannot answer that particular question. I will confer with Ms. Barbara when we get off the phone. But I'm sorry, I do not have any information about that particular federal legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Gene, so go ahead.
I don't know if the bill has been printed by the Library of Congress yet, so I don't know if it's still out there. It's S360B.
Okay. And Honorable Eugene, so from that I guess from that federal legislation, what is your specific question?
The way I understand it, most of the stuff that we're talking about has to go under the fund is going under the state, like the Department of Agriculture, Keisha Tatum's organization under that. Maybe I'm just thinking this maybe. I really want to know that bill, what it's really about.
Eugene, so I don't have the bill in front of me. I'm having staff try to pull it up. SBS 360B. Let me come back to your question, Honorable Eugene. So let me try to get Ms. Dana Barbroff on the line. Colleagues, any other comments, questions? If there's no other questions, comments on this, thank you very much. Honorable Eugene So, I'm still having staff. I'm trying to get Ms. Barbroff back on the line so that we can answer your question and see what the reference is to on S360B. But more importantly, thank you to, again, Mr. Chuck Howe and your collaboration working together with Jason John on the Western Pipeline Project. Thank you again for the staff all throughout all the three different entities, NTUA, WRD, and IHS. Thank you very much for being on the line too as well. Let's go ahead and move on. I know that we have University of Arizona. I don't know if that presentation was already given or if there was any additional resources that you guys were wanting to present to the Navajo Nation's Naabik'iyati Committee today.
No, I don't have any more. Please.
Okay. Anybody from University of Arizona? If not, well, I guess that concludes our work session today. One is that, again, Jason, Mr. Kuntz, and Mr. McDonald, We look forward to that follow-up specifically on those two avenues. One of them is the immediate 2020 deadline, and then the one is more of a rollout over expansion of current projects, possibly projects that are still going through the process of design and process, and the other ones that are barely even started that look like they won't get completed till about 2 or 3 years from now. We look for that discussion, and as soon as you guys can give that information back to us, we can go ahead and put you back on the schedule. We will be having Naabik'iyati committee work sessions all next week, starting on Tuesday, and we can fit you in back on Thursday or Friday. Just let me know when you are ready. Thank you again to the staff from DNR for being on the line too as well. With your leadership over there, Dr. Shabala, thank you very much. Other than that, colleagues from the council, it's like we're at the close of our meeting. Any last announcements?
Be helping here. But if there's no action, it's going to be going out as far as I know, unless FEMA is a whole separate.
Mr. Shabala, I think you're Shabala. Dr. Shabala, your phone's not on mute, so we can listen to you.
Okay, I'll go. No, they won't work.
Okay, colleagues, any announcements? If there's no announcements, we can move on to adjournment.
Happy Memorial Day.
Oh, yes, happy Memorial Day.
Oh, Speaker, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Smith,
Speaker,
go ahead.
Chair.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Smith.
How is going to have St. Mary's or St. Food delivery Tuesday, and they're starting around about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I was wondering if I could have some assistance out here. I know that we have Nabi and they wanted my assistance, but I can't be there to help them. I was wondering if that could be coordinated through Don Henley to get some volunteers to help out distribute food. Last time we didn't have anybody and it was a lot of work. We had a lot of cars. It was like over 100 cars come parking for the food. I'd appreciate your help on it, Speaker.
Okay. There was a couple of individuals that were calling the Speaker's office this morning and asking that same question for helping, assisting, and down there at Newlands or Sanders. So I'll definitely have Donovan see what he can do. I'll have him reach out to you this afternoon, if not within the next hour. Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith,
I appreciate that.
Where's Sanders at?
Not Sanders, Houck, Arizona.
Houck.
Yes, not Sanders. Houck chapter is having that Tuesday. Also, Speaker, my constituents have been trying to call the EOC. I guess that's what they're called. They don't pick up the phone. They don't answer. There's no way of getting hold of them. They're getting frustrated. They're saying, what's the point of having them be over there? And we're trying to call in for services like water, food, people that need help. Nobody wants to answer the phone. So what's the purpose of them being there? They wanted me to address this to you since we're talking about announcements and concerns. They should be answering their phones because that is human priority. Speaker, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We, again, legislative branch doesn't have oversight. Specific oversight, but what we will do is we can contact them. I'll go ahead and contact Dr. Jim and see what her recommendations are and see if she can address that. And what chapter was this again?
This is the 5 chapters I represent: Flagatoe, Wide Ruins, Out.
So all of them are trying to call them.
every so often there's something comes up and they nobody's answering the phone. Even I tried calling. Even my LDA tried calling. We appropriated the money, and that money that we appropriated, good for them, but still they're not answering the phone, sir. I appreciate you making that effort to get them aware of that because they need help out there.
Okay. We'll work on, well, if not, we'll be sending a formal memo again. Any other announcements, colleagues?
That's all I have.
If there's none.
Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker. This is
Yes.
Thomas Walker.
Oh, Vice Chair Walker, go ahead.
Yes, thank you again. There are two significant issues and concerns out in our western area. As you all know, the Grand Canyon National Park is scheduled to has started reopening. They've not completely reopened the whole park, but they're kind of like phasing in. So that's a concern because of the increased amount of people and traffic coming through Navajo to get to the Grand Canyon and right through our communities, Tuba City and Ottawa Gap and Cameron. And while Navajo is on a lockdown this weekend, we will have huge flow of traffic going on Highway 89 and going on Highway 64 out to Grand Canyon and up to Page. So while in the meantime, Navajo Nation will be on a lockdown and curfew, discouraging our people from going out and being anywhere. We're asking them to stay home, but yet the outside visitors, the non-Navajos coming through our communities will be disrupting, and it would give the indication that it's okay to be out in public again. So that's a huge concern. So I learned that Secretary of Interior Bernhardt is scheduled to come to Grand Canyon tomorrow, Grand Canyon National Park. So I would ask you, Speaker, to make plans to be there representing the Navajo Nation Council and treat it as a government type of contact, letting them know we are concerned about that. The other information that has begun to appear in the media is the again having to do with Grand Canyon and the community of Cameron, where there is a dam that's being proposed, two dams that are being proposed. We dealt with this through letters and resolutions from local chapters, or letters from our DOJ this past winter, dealing with the dams that are being proposed for area right at the sort of like right where the Grand Canyon enters the Grand Canyon, where the Little Colorado River flows right into the Grand Canyon area. There's a proposal someone is proposing to construct two dams there, and we've taken a position to oppose that. That has come up again. So I think it is very appropriate to have Navajo Nation be communicating this to the Interior Department. Since the Secretary is coming down, it's just that easy just to make contact and say, hey, here's Navajo Nation's position. And I think this is something that's a job for the Speaker and Navajo leadership. I want to say that is taking government conveyance of concerns. I wanted to say that I'll communicate with Shauna more details. Thank you.
Great. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thanks for that information, and I will have Chief of Staff look into that again, and she's will make sure that one, we'll get a memo out to Secretary Bernhardt. Two, looking for additional resources to help assist in lobbying that effort. As we know, I really want to thank Melinda Siaco, who really took charge of that when the first initiative was when we had to shut down that area. And I'll have her working together too as well with Chief of Staff to adhere to that and try to get that complete. And making sure that the Navajo Nation's position is well known. Other than that, on their endeavors, I will make sure that Chief of Staff is aware. And after this, maybe what we can do is we can sit down at a phone call. Vice Chair Walker.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, colleagues, any other comments, questions, actually announcements? Just for the record, I do believe there is a 9 o'clock state task force meeting tomorrow morning. And that's on national parks. Perfect topic. Second, I think there is a gaming subcommittee meeting, and that's at 1 o'clock tomorrow, correct? So I just want to let everybody know that those are the two teleconference meetings that will be there tomorrow.
Speaker, this is Helena. FYI, the Nabi task force meeting tomorrow has been canceled, and I think we're still having the gaming committee. I just got that on the email, so I want to let you know that.
Okay, I haven't heard anything with the chairman on that. So, did Chief get anything? I haven't got anything, nor has the Chief. Okay, well, if that, we'll make sure of that, colleagues. Thank you for that information, Honorable Helena.
Speaker.
Yes.
Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman So.
Yes, I understand there was a NTEC board meeting, and I'm wondering the exact process of how the shareholder representatives would report to the Nabi. I'd like to get clarification, and I'd like to get some sort of update from what NTEC is basically doing.
Okay. Let me do this. I will have staff work together to reach out to the NTEC shareholders. And next Friday, we're having a meeting under Naabik'iyati committee meeting. And the one main agenda item on there is just an update from the Navajo Nation veterans or on Navajo Nation veterans issues and concerns. So let me go ahead and add that on there too as well. And Speaker's office will be writing over to the shareholders to ask them to see if they can present what was at that meeting. Honorable Daniel So. Chairman So.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that because it's, I think it's very, it needs to be done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll put that on the next Nabi meeting. Other than that, any other announcements? Hey, well, colleagues, have a good weekend. Thank you very much again to all our presenters here today. Thank you again to the executive branch, Dr. Shabala, you and your team out there. Thank you to University of Arizona. Thank you very much for your dedication that you've been helping out the nation. As Madam Chair Charles New indicated, thank you for helping the nation move forward, and thank you for all your efforts from you and your president out there who's helped out the nation on numerous different things. If it's not providing PPE to the nation, more than 2,000 plus test kits to help curb this pandemic, as we know, is COVID-19. So thank you very much. Give a shout out to University of Arizona on that. Other than that, colleagues, again, today's agenda, we did go over water infrastructure on Tuesday, colleagues. We will be going over 9 o'clock. We started off with economic development. We have a presentation by Executive Director of Economic Development, Division of Economic Development, Mr. J.T. Willie. Then after that, we have a formal presentation too as well from the Dene Chamber of Commerce on their plan to help small businesses who were forgotten by the federal government's CARES Act or were not eligible. So those two presentations will be coming forward on Tuesday morning, colleagues. Please remember, stay safe out there. More importantly, I know that we will be starting the curfew again this evening. Please, to the staff that are out there, make sure to get all the necessities that you need. There will be teleconference calls tomorrow. If there's anything that the speaker's office will be doing, one is we'll be making sure Mr. Hanley reaches out to you, Vice Chair. Two is we'll be working on more additional obstacles and recommendations so that we can have more of a path forward on this fund management expenditure plan that we'll be presenting back to council. More importantly, thank you, colleagues, for everything that you're doing out there in your communities. But please stay safe. We will see you. I'll see you when I see you. Most importantly, if not sooner, I'll hear your voices at 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Chat and have a good weekend.
I'm going to be traveling across the Navajo Nation back and forth this weekend. See how many tickets I get.
From NTUA, everyone, take care and be safe.
Oh.
I'll go on there.
I go on that from DNR.
Go on that. We'll see you, Dr. Shabala.
Go on that, speaker, and everybody.